grown in me, you know, which was a concern for a little while. I'm Grace. I'm gonna call you Rocky. Thumbs up. No, that's thumbs down. We do the thumbs up. It's close enough.
Someone once said space is dark and cold. Our job is to bring light, bring warmth, bring life to wherever we go. Is this a hit it situation?
It's whatever kind of adventure we want it to be.
This crew is a team, the finest Starfleet has to offer.
Indeed.
It's possible they don't know about us.
They know about us.
There is evil in this universe as sure as there is good.
The choices you make in that chair, they are yours to make and yours to live with.
We await your orders, sir.
You don't trust me with your best friend?
You don't trust me with your baby brother. It's madness.
We have to stop this invasion. Prepare all weapons.
Get to the ship! We are going to find our way out of this together.
It's 1 in 1,000 we get it done right or don't blow ourselves up along the way.
I like those odds. We'll just turn it off before we blow up.
Give me 5. Now, down low.
Why would you do that?
Because you are too slow.
Things sure have changed. Not everyone believes it, but the bad guys went good. And we cannot wait for society to welcome us with open arms.
Aren't you a notorious criminal?
Yes. No. Maybe. Sorry, nerves.
It hasn't been easy with a reputation like ours.
You want to work at a bank?
Why not? Some of my best memories are at banks.
You robbed us 3 times.
Duh.
That was this bank?
How are we supposed to get a fresh start if no one will trust us?
I'm keeping my eye on you, Doc.
What was that?
I panicked, okay? I'm a panicker.
The name's Kitty, and these are my associates.
So you're like the bad girls.
We need the bad guys for the biggest heist in history.
Maybe you don't keep up with the news, but we're good now.
I'm not exactly asking.
Don't tell me you guys are bad again.
No, we're being set up. We need to show the world we're good. So we're gonna sabotage them. All right, Mr. Master of Disguise, you're up.
I promise to play you respectfully.
Where's my flowers? Prego, cappuccino.
Webbs, do your thing.
I'll be your hacker today.
Snake, we're gonna need some extra muscle.
I'm late for vinyasa. Vinyasa? You think I got this body by sitting around watching TV?
And then we just have to
Tear them apart, limb by limb, until all they can remember is pain.
Wow, okay. I was gonna say stop him, but sure, if there's time, we can do the limb thing. First time for everything, right? Pull us up, Snake!
Vinyasa, baby!
Come on!
Are you kidding me? Lefty loosey, righty tighty.
Oh, right.
You're not nervous, right? Because we know what happens when you're nervous.
Buddy, I'm sorry.
What? No. Help me.
Stay with me, Papo.
Stay with me.
Unit 12, acknowledging dispatch. Already in pursuit.
I'm looking for something.
Something I do not understand. Ready? Because there's no going back.
잠시 후 게임을 시작하겠습니다.
The secret sauce of Netflix's Squid Game is the crafty way it balances the thrills of a binge-worthy streaming drama with the brutal agony and potent social commentary of its premise. Down on their luck, characters risking their lives in a potentially lucrative series of amped-up children's games is a tricky thing to navigate, but across 3 seasons, the inherent tragedy of it all never dampens our curiosity about how the arena will test its players next. My main question going into the Mega Hit's final episodes: how will creator and writer Hwang Dan-hyuk keep piquing that curiosity without making us numb to all the death and destruction or burying the messaging that made the show such a hit? The answer? By driving home the cruelties of the system with the same cinematic flair that made Squid Game such a hit in the first place, albeit with a few clumsily executed, cringe-inducing choices. The premiere returns us to the arena's bloody corridor immediately after the previous season's shootout between the rebelling players and the pink jumpsuited guards. After seeing the game's frontman order the death of his closest ally, Jung-bae, protagonist Ji-hoon becomes a visibly grief-stricken shell of his former, more determined self. Lee Jung-jae offers a convincingly chilling depiction of a once fiery crusader grappling with his failed mission to end the games for good.
죽였어. 왜 나만 살려둔 거야?
As Ji-hoon becomes overtaken with guilt and quiet rage, Lee nails the complexities of a person battling the forces aligned against him and, at times, losing. The momentary cracks in his moral resolve are distressing, but also surprisingly grounding. He's way more relatable than a hero who unwaveringly commits to taking the high road. This is especially true when he learns of Daeho's cowardly decision to stay out of the fight against the guards after agreeing to secure more ammo, which arguably leads to many unnecessary deaths, including Jung-bae's. Tensions between Ji-hoon and Daeho devolve into a heightened game of cat and mouse, pushing a cornered Daeho to shed the layers of his personality that once positioned him as an affable background character. He's far more nuanced while on defense against Ji-hoon, allowing Kang Han-yul to step up and match Lee's energy with each ill-fated interaction. We see a real shift play out in what's arguably Squid Game's most harrowing game, which pits players against each other more overtly than ever before. Split into 2 opposing teams, one group is tasked with killing the other in a high-stakes rendition of hide and seek. In comparison to more metaphorical games that came before it, this one gets a little too literal, putting actual daggers in the players' hands. Part of the intrigue in past games was due to players making split-second decisions to save their hides. Here, the choice is essentially stripped from them, but it still contains some of Squid Game's harshest heartbreaks and lessons. Chief among those lessons, good intentions never guarantee a hero's ending, or that they'll remain good for long.
선생님이 여기 우리를 구하러 오셨다는 것 저는 지금도 믿어요.
It's a reality that makes this particular chapter comparable to the gut punch of Season 1's Gangwoo. It's also where Park Sung-hoon, returning as the combat-trained trans character, and fan favorite Hyung-joo gets to flex some action star skills and deliver solid physical and emotional blows. The game's biggest reveal, however, is that of the wealthy VIPs masquerading as Squid Game guards. Previously only seen briefly in Season 1, the VIP's increased involvement in the games makes them a prominent part of Season 3. Their participation leads to one of the season's biggest weaknesses, not because their overt gleefulness cranks up the brutality in any meaningful way, but because their cringe-inducing dialogue and almost cartoonishly villainous line delivery clashes with their co-star's sincerity. Beyond that, their insights, which mostly amount to recaps of what we just watched unfold, are almost entirely unnecessary. And on a show that's maintained a decent pace up to this point, the VIP's edition feels a lot like filler. Its only saving grace is that it becomes the source of a pivotal development in the game when Junhee unexpectedly gives birth and the rich spectators vote to make the baby not so much a bundle of joy, but a bit of weird computer animation from what I can tell, a new player. Apart from giving certain players a renewed reason to survive and raising questions about how exactly a newborn can compete in the Squid Game, The Baby is a brilliant, devastating show of the trauma handed down from parent to child. As her fate is left up to a soulless system and desperate opponents, she brings a 21st century disregard for children into alarming focus. This predictably culminates in an intense face-off between Ji-hun and the baby's father, being morally ambiguous crypto bro Myung-gi. But the lack of surprise doesn't negate the final battle's absolutely breathtaking execution, concluding with cinematography that's both haunting and a testament to the level of craft that went into Squid Game. Wong's decision to not take the easy way out is admirable. A much cleaner, happier ending wouldn't have been as effective. Instead, we're left with a final reminder that there are very few winners in either the Squid Game or its many everyday analogs. We're also left with the parting scene and A-list cameo, because we can't forget just how big of a global phenomenon we're leaving behind. That could be interpreted as leaving the door open for future games. It's a daunting thought. Squid Games is a cautionary tale that benefits from brevity, rather than a multiverse of pointless spin-offs and sequels. On its own, the ending further illustrates a dangerous game with global impact, one that we can try to outlive, but never fully escape. Squid Game finds its way to a memorable ending, but not without some notable hangups. New games and cycles of trauma drive home the cruelty of this universe in novel ways, and Lee Jung-jae wraps his iconic portrayal of Ji-hoon in stunning fashion. Some of Season 3's twists manage to cleverly and punishingly illustrate the long-lasting ripple effects of a capitalist hellscape, while others, like expanded roles for the wealthy VIPs, watching and wagering on the games, adds unnecessary noise. This final chapter isn't without flaws, but it still delivers the suspense and cinematic polish that made Squid Game such a hit in the first place.
아직도 사람을 믿나?
For more TV reviews, check out what we thought of Andor Season 2 and The Last of Us Season 2. And be sure to follow IGN wherever you like to watch.
Superman is one of the most enduring figures in all of pop culture. A mythic symbol of truth, justice, and the American way, without which the very idea of a superhero as we know it wouldn't exist. Or for that matter, would the phrase truth, justice, and the American way. James Gunn's new big screen take on the character finds itself questioning what place such an idealistic elemental hero could possibly have in our complicated modern world, and how those battered yet timeless values fit into a blockbuster that also shoulders the burden of launching an entire cinematic universe. It should come as little surprise that the man who turned one of Marvel's most obscure teams into beloved roller coaster headlining A-listers figured out how to make Superman soar once again. And the movie gets both the DCU and David Corenswet's sure to be long reign as the Man of Steel off to a great start. James Gunn grapples with Superman's mythic status by fully embracing it, giving the detail of Kal-El's origins no more screen time than some brief opening on-screen text. 20 plus years after X-Men and Sam Raimi's Spider-Man movies ushered in the age of superhero cinema, Superman takes for granted that its audience will feel at home in a world where gods, monsters, and yes, even superdogs named Crypto are a fact of life, and confidently uses that to spectacular effect. What immediately sets Gunn's Superman apart from its forebears is the breadth of comic book history that it openly and passionately pulls from, leaning heavily into more colorful, cosmic, and pulpy elements than any big screen Superman before. This is the most vibrant superhero movie since, well, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Gunn comes ready to solve the problem of world building by dropping us directly into a world that's already built. Our earliest moments with Superman are spent in the aftermath of a battle he's already fought, Lex Luthor has already been studying the Kryptonians' strengths and weaknesses from afar for years, and Clark Kent's relationship with his hard-nosed partner in journalism, Lois Lane, is several months old. Even the nuances of privatized superheroism are quickly established in the middle of a kaiju fight as Supes and the corporate capes of the Justice Gang bicker over best practices. This leaves Superman feeling like both Gunn and Warner Brothers reckoning with all of the success they've seen, and in Gunn's case have furthered, on the part of Marvel Studios, and the smart bets they place on how much we'll accept as natural to this new continuity without the need to stop down and explain every little thing pay off. It's an optimistic calculation, and it fits in well because optimism is the name of the game here in Superman.
Quit messing around! I'm not messing around, I'm doing important stuff.
That hopefulness is anchored by a knockout performance from David Corenswet. He brings a ton of confident swagger to Superman, perfectly balanced with an old-fashioned tendency to slip a good gosh or a what the hey in instead of a curse word.
What the hey, dude? I thought you destroyed the whole Superman robots. I thought I told you to keep an eye on him.
His take on Superman lives in these idiosyncrasies, frequent reminders of Clark's humble upbringing that do wonders for keeping the question of humanity, and what that means in Clark's case, in the mix. The lines between Superman and Clark are quite blurry here, especially since Clark spends half of his screen time with Lois, and the Daily Planet reporter already knows he's Superman by this point. Rachel Brosnahan evokes Lois's weary, wily personality well, and an early scene where Superman grants her an interview, which quickly spins into a lovely verbal battle where the complicated dynamics that underpin their budding relationship rear their head, does a fantastic job of establishing the two stars' chemistry.
Superman.
Miss Lane.
At the same time, Clark's refusal to acknowledge the downsides to his recent intervention in a foreign border conflict goes a long way to making the God Among Men feel fallible. Getting his ass kicked by a dog in the first scene also has that effect.
Ow, ow, stop. Ow, stop it. Crypto, ow, ow, stop it, stop. Sit, stay.
Gunn regularly skips over spelling out the background info that even non-comics reading audience members will know by cultural osmosis, so the elements of Superman's personality and mythos that he does stop to underline say a lot about his take on what the character represents to him. When the interview with Lois reaches its fever pitch, with Clark bursting out that people were going to die had he not stepped in, it's an idealistic oversimplification, but the horror that he'd be responsible for those deaths, even if indirectly, is baked into Corenswet's delivery there, and it represents why he works so well as the character.
People were going to die!
For all the existential conflicts Superman has to navigate while he's chatting with his girlfriend in her living room or flying around trying to save the world, it's the brief, intimate interactions he shares with the citizens of Metropolis he's trying to protect that really shade Corenswet as a Superman of the people. He's quick to suggest a breathing exercise for someone freaking out after he's had to fly them to a rooftop 3 blocks away, or to remember the name of a street vendor he'd saved at some indeterminate point in the past. Hell, he even saves a squirrel at one point. What a guy. These kinds of exchanges take just a few seconds to play out, but they're all over Superman and go a long way to grounding the stakes.
Get out of here!
With that basic invincibility and all that, the character can get a tough rap for being a bit boring to adapt into a movie. He has none of the angst of Batman, and none of the for everything I do right, 2 things go wrong crises of Spider-Man. Gunn wisely, though, takes every chance he can get to show Superman in agony, putting the hero through an absolute gauntlet of physical and emotional trauma that at times even seems to pull from the director's horror background, especially during one fight when Superman is rendered unable to breathe. But if you won't mind me crossing universes to invoke Norman Osborn for a second, Gunn knows well that the secret to really challenging a hero is first,
we attack his heart.
The cost of choosing kindness becomes Clark's driving conflict throughout Superman, as the situation on the fictional border of Boravia and Jarhanpur forces him to take stands he'd been avoiding up to this point. Willfully ignorant but well-intentioned stands though they may be. Speaking of storytelling shortcuts, it's the oldest trick in the book to make a character more sympathetic by giving them an adorable doggy sidekick. But consider me a fool for Krypto, and consider not quoting me out of context on that one while you're at it. It's funny to watch a bad dog trash a house. It is very funny to watch a bad dog trash the Fortress of Solitude, and the mayhem this interstellar rescue brings to Clark's life is a constant source of joy in Superman. But Gunn's laying some smart groundwork here too, connecting Krypto's raw but unfocused power to Clark's own struggle to juggle ability and responsibility. Ma and Pa Kent have a part to play there too, making a couple of unshowy but impactful appearances as Clark's elderly parents remind him and us of his middle American roots. Superman's arch-nemesis Lex Luthor has his thumb firmly on the scale of the Boravia conflict, and Nicholas Holt's take on the billionaire supervillain straddles a fine line.
What you're looking at is the most powerful being on planet Earth.
The character reads as simultaneously impressive and pathetic, increasingly befuddled as to why his inventions and discoveries aren't enough for the world. Lex is nakedly jealous of Superman and seems about 3 seconds from going haywire over it at any given moment. Holt has a ton of fun playing with that unpredictability, and Gunn uses the actor's excellent comedic timing to great effect by having Lex punctuate those tantrums with petty final jabs or tossed off comments, which are funny only to himself, and again, us. The specifics of Luthor's plot, perhaps unsurprisingly, start to feel a little harder to track in the more chaotic second half, a problem that's somewhat compounded by the staffers at the Daily Planet. Keeping us up to date on the rising global tensions is all Clark's coworkers have to do here, and their zippy back and forth, while funny, sometimes obscures the finer details of what's going on.
Well, if this guy is even from Bravia.
What do you mean his name is the Hammer of Bravia?
Yeah, I doubt his parents named him that.
Even Lois winds up sliding more into this role as the story goes. Stepping forward from this newsroom Greek chorus and into the spotlight, though, is Skylar Gisondo as Jimmy Olsen. Gisondo fulfills the traditional comic relief duties of Superman's pal, while also factoring into the plot in an unexpected and satisfying way as he gets in way over his head with one of his sources. Gunn does allot a fair amount of time to the other heroes and villains, but wisely doesn't overplay his hand trying to make each one a household name right out of the gate. We don't really forge any deep relationships with these supporting characters, but good guys like Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific, bad guys like the Engineer, and unaligned metahumans like Metamorpho enter the fray without ever pulling too much focus from the larger Superman vs. Lex conflict. It's a trick that Gunn perfected across the Guardians trilogy, the Suicide Squad, and Creature Commandos, and it pays off wonderfully here with this ensemble. These characters also add a nice level of variety to the big action sequences. Superman may have a staggering array of powers, but they've lost a bit of novelty over nearly a century of on-screen depictions. And flashy lantern abilities, screaming hawk noises portending big mace hits from Hawkgirl, Mr. Terrific's gadgets, and Metamorpho's head floating around while his body regenerates for another elemental attack all shake up the visual palette well. As for how that action is covered, Gunn reinforces the human element amidst all the mid-air brawls and collapsing skyscrapers. A lot of the camera's movement in these scenes is closely tied to the characters' perspectives in physical space, which gives some of the big fights a more immersive feel than other recent comic book movies. Something also helped subtly by some great lighting choices that blend the visual effects and the practical photography together pretty convincingly. The camera races alongside Superman and carries the momentum of his big punches through buildings and concrete as he tussles with the bad guys. John Murphy and David Fleming's guitar-heavy score gives these scenes an impressive sense of gravity, and that extends to the emotional moments as well. Although Murphy and Fleming quote John Williams' original Superman theme liberally, Gunn is more judicious with his crate-digging, mixtape-making sensibility this time around. That makes their driving and inspiring compositions all the more important, keeping the focus on what the stirring music is revealing about the characters and what the dialogue isn't, feels like the right move for this story, where sometimes words fail and heartstrings sound out the loudest. Superman is a wonderfully entertaining, heartfelt cinematic reset for the Man of Steel, and a great new start for the DC Universe on the big screen. It also gives Superman a chaotic, good boy companion in Krypto the Superdog that you would burn 1,000 Kryptons for in a heartbeat by minute 2. David Corenswet is a natural, benevolent Superman, and Nicholas Holt's egomaniacal Lex Luthor gives him the perfect foil. Director and DC maestro James Gunn throws a lot at us here and trusts that decades of practice watching superhero movies will carry us through any storytelling corners he's cutting in favor of keeping the pace and fun as constant as he can. It's a dense and at times overwhelming adventure, but it feels like the right one for the moment. Thanks so much for watching. For more movie reviews, check out what we thought of F1 and 28 Years Later, and as always, keep it right here on IGN.
Well now, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Platypus semen, a talking crash test dummy, a puppet soaking in a hot spring, this ugly bastard, Norman Reedus' nips. No, these aren't straitjacket blabberings due to another vicious bout of temporary madness. Instead, they're just 10% of the bizarre things I've seen in Death Stranding 2 on the beach. But it would be far too easy to dismiss Hideo Kojima's works as acts of weirdness alone. I think we should encourage such wild creativity, and be excited that someone is willing to show us things we'd never even thought of seeing. When viewed this way, Death Stranding 2 stands as an almighty achievement, a triumphant combination of complex sci-fi storytelling and thrillingly evolved stealth action that impressively builds upon the experimental foundation of its predecessor. It's beautiful, horrific, nuanced, and crucially, a lot of fun. Simply put, it's everything I wanted Death Stranding to be. The rhythm of Death Stranding 2 will be familiar to those who played the original. Reedus is back as Sam Porter Bridges, once again on a mission to make deliveries across treacherous terrain, often facing human and otherworldly threats along the path. It requires you to be prepared for what faces you on each mission by studying your map and packing accordingly. See a river too deep to walk through in your way? Bring a ladder or two along to cross with it. Spot a warning that BTs, the ghostly threats that stalk certain rainy spots, lurk in that area? Pack a few blood grenades to lob at them. It's this loop of preparation, overcoming both geographical and human/former human hurdles, and reaching your goal that makes up much of Death Stranding 2's 35-hour runtime when mainlining its story missions. After a brief tutorial chapter in Mexico, Sam is given the goal of connecting Australia to the chiral network, the online system knitting civilization together after a near world-ending event, much like he did with the USA in the original. Why is he doing that, and who is he doing that for? You'll just have to find out yourself.
From halfway around the world, how are we supposed to do that again?
This new continent offers a far greater variety of locations, as it shifts in its appearance and the challenge it presents with regularity. It further adds to the feeling of combating nature with this future tech, as the Earth itself seems to be fighting back against its increasingly digital future. Should we have connected? It's a resounding no, it seems, from Mother Nature.
What in the world?
The dangerous desert expanses of The Road Warrior are no doubt an inspiration, and the guest appearance of Mad Max's creator George Miller is more than a mere coincidence. These are not just cinematic influences for the sake of it, as they inform and instruct Kojima's approach to gameplay too, and are reflected in an altogether more action-heavy evolution of the original Death Stranding's template. What initially presents itself as a pretty rudimentary style of stealth gameplay, mainly consisting of crouching in tall grass and performing silent takedowns, rapidly reveals its layers as your arsenal grows. For example, there's the introduction of a game-changing tranquilizer sniper rifle, which is something I found super satisfying to pick bandits off with. It may never truly become the stealth action playground of creativity that Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain is, but it frequently evokes that same feeling in brief moments, delighting me each time it does. Death Stranding 2 offers a lot more flexibility in your approach compared to the original Death Stranding, making its combat much more engaging as a result, and you'll need to become accustomed to a variety of approaches as well, because there's no avoiding confrontation and the many forms it takes this time around. Enemies develop as you progress, and knowing which are armoured, which have higher mobility, and what ammo type they're vulnerable to adds variables to each encounter, meaning you can't always rely on the same rinse and repeat tactics. That being said, if you're a decent enough shot with a sniper rifle, you can clear out most spaces before enemies have time to reach you. Crucially though, it's just as fun when it goes wrong as when it goes right. There's a satisfaction in a perfectly planned attack going smoothly as you pick off each guard with a tranq dart, but a thrill when one shot goes awry and you're made to scramble, juggling your arsenal as enemies descend upon your position. Shooting the driver of an onrushing vehicle before stealing it to run over his friend is always fun, as is dancing around them in a machine gun turreted off-roader of your own design. Overall, there's a playfulness in Death Stranding 2's approach to combat that just wasn't present in the original's simpler, less imaginative system. It brings a dash of power fantasy to the mix, adding to the fun and making it a wholly more enjoyable game to play. Enemy AI may still not be the sharpest, but it does enable some of that playing with your food energy that's always welcome. I played on normal difficulty and never really found any fight a challenge until things cranked up a little towards the end. This lack of friction is deliberate though, with the increased toolset including many different gun and grenade types of varying loudness, allowing you to get through its story at a good pace. In fact, even boss battles can be skipped entirely if that particular challenge isn't what you're here for. This isn't something I'd recommend though, as they offer some of the most striking spectacles Death Stranding 2 has to offer. A giant tentacle mech is an early favourite, but there are many more monstrosities following later that I'll keep hidden here.
What a hit! Cliché, but that one's gotta hurt.
Your action chops are also firmly put to the test in the sections that have you face off against newcomer Neil, played with a subtle intensity by Italian actor Luca Marinelli. They're particularly stunning stages full of flame and beauty that made me feel I was briefly taken away to a different game. But those lashings of cinematic style are painted across each encounter, and the many cutscenes that bookend them. Having time slow down after dispatching an enemy is not only very helpful when faced with multiple threats, but adds a slick layer of style to each gunfight. No aspect of Death Stranding 2 is left untouched by its blockbuster aspirations. But as both elements and entities fight against you with more vigour this time around, you're in turn given new abilities to combat them with. Unlike the first game's relatively bare-bones character progression, now skill points can be used to unlock fresh tools and boost your stat sheet. Death Stranding 2 is by no means an RPG, but it does offer greater and much appreciated variety when it comes to building out how you want your Sam to play. Want to be sneaky Sam? Invest in the ability to cover your tracks by scrubbing out your footprints. Want to be shooty Sam? Augment his arsenal so it packs a heavier punch. You'll ultimately be treading the same set of missions as every other player, but the ways you can choose to approach each one are far more varied this time around. These perks can also be freely plugged in and out, reminiscent of how Nier Automata's fantastic chip system functions, and offers great flexibility, further enhancing your freedom when preparing for specific types of missions. Upgrades get unlocked in accordance with how you've been playing. For example, if you take a combat-heavy approach, you'll be rewarded with new skills like a semi-automated lock-on ability for your guns. It's a nice touch that further makes Death Stranding 2 feel like an experience that is in step with you, and another indication of its formerly rough edges being sanded down for a much more enjoyable time. On top of perks, there is also no shortage of gadgetry and weaponry available to Sam. Completing side missions and increasing your star ranking with each of the outposts dotted around the map unlocks these options at a consistently good rhythm, as well as some that open up when you complete certain story events. The tools get weird and wild too, coming at such a regularity that you'll be moving on from one shiny tool of destruction or subterfuge to the next with each mission. But it isn't just in combat that these accessories have their uses either, because no matter how much Death Stranding 2 has cranked up the action this time around, it is still fundamentally about porting cargo from one location to another across Australia. That vast expanse naturally leads to new delivery systems. Yes, turns out there really is nothing on Earth like a genuine bona fide electrified 6-car monorail. This new structure is a godsend when it comes to a handful of missions that require shipping hundreds of kilos of chemical materials over a rocky coastline, but it does require quite the combined construction job between you and the online community. That being said, I did settle on travelling on foot as little as possible quite quickly. On the Beach is very kind in the way that it gives you a vehicle very early on this time around, especially when compared to the many hours it took to fire up an engine in the original. The missions themselves are incredibly Moorish, with that just one more job itch that I always had to scratch. There's a great sense of forward momentum which aids this sensation hugely, with backtracking thankfully a rarity in the sequel. Varied mission conditions also keep things fresh. These range from having to complete orders within a set time limit or being extra careful with fragile cargo. Again, these parameters force you to adjust how you prepare for each mission and ensure you can't just use the same toolset and methods on every run. It's this consistent drive along a drip feed of new equipment that makes the whole experience more rewarding. The overall structure of Death Stranding's 2 campaign is leaps and bounds above what came before, and whether it's unleashing bullets into a teleporting mech or gently navigating a river, it all feels intertwined beautifully and serves the complex sci-fi story it aims to tell to fantastic effect.
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
You know I am.
Set 11 months after the events of the original, On the Beach's twisting tale begins with Sam attempting to settle into a quiet life off the grid with baby Lou. Where it goes from there, I won't even dare to spoil, but I guarantee you won't see even half of its reveals coming. I can say though that there's an ongoing trend of viscosity throughout. Tar, sludge, oil, blood, you'll wade through it all. But it's also thick with intrigue, as the secrets continue to be uncovered in a flurry of ideas so dense I struggle to point to its like elsewhere. The themes it tackles are multifold. Some focus on a more personal level and others are global. The latter is a treatise on modern life and how technology infests every part of it. It's a strong story of how increased existence in the digital world eats away at our souls as humans, as physical interactions, especially in a post-COVID environment, became all the more precious. I can't help but feel that Kojima is bristling with thoughts about how art and individual expression can never be replaced by artificial intelligence, no matter how it's forced upon us. And then there's the commentary on gun culture and our world's obsession with building bigger and better weapons. These are of course themes Kojima has been writing about for decades now, all the way back to the original Metal Gear Solid in 1998, but still remain frustratingly topical and worthy of continued commentary on in a modern context.
Guns and violence, the whole damn world could be yours. Same as it ever was.
It's a credit to the storytelling that all of these concepts shine through, without getting too bogged down or obscured by the sci-fi trappings they could so easily sink into. But Death Stranding 2 doesn't only look outwards. It's as introspective as any of Kojima's work to date. Metal Gear Solid always looked at geopolitical and nuclear issues on a wide scale, and the original Death Stranding challenged our ability to connect as humans in a digital age. But On the Beach asked questions about the issues posed in that original text. It's self-analytical, but rarely gazes at its navel, delivering a knockout story that works on so many levels. The theme of connectivity fittingly weaves each disparate part together by exploring not only how we connect to each other, but with our own pasts as well, what we choose to hold on to and what we choose to let go. I don't think it's any coincidence that Neil resembles Solid Snake, a character whom Kojima has had to make peace with cutting ties with ever since his departure from Konami a decade ago. Death Stranding 2 almost feels like a funeral for his beloved bandana operative. Norman Reedus continues his stoic portrayal of Sam Porter Bridges and anchors the story with a calm, centered approach. I do find Sam a fairly impenetrable character to connect with on an emotional level though, as he again serves as a vehicle for the story rather than the personal heart of it. He is given more range to work in this time around, but his not too high, not too low performance once again allows for the supporting cast to shine. Léa Seydoux beguiles as Fragile, a layered character that the French actress elevates even further. Elle Fanning is fantastic as the enigmatic Tomorrow, and the mysterious Red Samurai is dripping with cool. It's the kind of sleek style we've come to expect from artist Yoji Shinkawa, ever since Cyborg Ninja first dashed onto the screen in 1998. He's a master character designer on top of his game, and Death Stranding 2 really gives him the opportunity to cook again and again. I also have a soft spot for the aforementioned Doll Man, who makes the journey a little less lonely by accompanying you at all times on your utility belt. He's effectively a version of God of War's Mimir, but instead of funny retellings of myths and legend, we're treated to high school level interpretations of the themes of Moby Dick, and occasionally telling you that you stink.
Sam, been a while since you had a proper shower, wouldn't you say?
The standout performer this time around though has to be Troy Baker's return as Higgs, who pretty much steals every scene he enters. He's been given license to bring an even more operatic edge to the character this time around, complete with a chilling mask and crimson electric guitar to match. A ready Van Halen, if you will. It's a big role in every way and matches the grandeur of the story being told, but in truth, there's not a single poor performance to be found within the cast, each being given moments to shine in both loud and quiet pockets. For as much cargo as there is being logged around this world, it's the emotional baggage of the characters that weighs the heaviest, and that pressure builds and builds until its jaw-dropping final few hours, of which I can safely say I've never seen anything quite like before. While I love how it ends, I do wish it started a little thicker and faster. It's so full of mystery that going a couple of hours of deliveries before finding out the next big nugget of the main plot can feel a little agonising. Multiple hours can go by without seeing key characters, and there are a handful of instances when your home base ship is grounded and you need to complete some deliveries before it can get on the move again. These do hinder momentum at times, but never bring things completely to a halt. Those parts are quickly forgotten though, because On the Beach does go to some legitimately batshit places, as well as some classic Kojima fourth wall breaking antics, and I frankly couldn't get enough of that. Its willingness to show us things we simply haven't seen before is something I appreciate so much, because when big creative swings are taken with a budget of equal magnitude behind them, there's nothing else that quite hits the same when they land. The original Death Stranding held promise, a complex, often confusing but never contrived first draft. A reflective journey across a lost America, it established a world and its rules with a flourish, even if I found it stumbled along the path. But in Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, Australia plays host to an expanded vision and is a more accomplished achievement in nearly every facet. It removes almost all of the friction that weighed down its rookie effort, delighting with a truly unpredictable story full of intrigue and malleable stealth action playgrounds hidden in a vast, hauntingly beautiful version of Australia. Yes, at times it is unapologetically weird, but that isn't what defines it. It's an inventive journey packed full of both shock and awe, the sort of bold work that deserves to be encouraged. No, it isn't perfect, but it's incredibly exciting and original, never once straying from the path less trodden, and I love it all the more for it.
Executive Reviews editor Tom Marks here with Simon Cardy, a reviewer of Death Stranding 2 On the Beach, to talk a little bit more about his tastes in the genre and Kojima games in general, why I wanted to review this one, all that stuff. Simon, you've probably seen on IGN before. He reviewed Astrobot, Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, also shooters like Overwatch 2, Marvel Rivals. You've reviewed at least 2 Call of Duty single-player campaigns, I think, in there. But let's talk about Death Stranding specifically. What drew you to this one? Why do you want to review the sequel here? Because you didn't review the original, that was Tristan Ogilvie, but had similar-ish thoughts, kind of roughly in line with what his review of that was.
I kind of felt similarly to Tristan about Death Stranding 1. I may be slightly more positive about Death Stranding 1 than Tristan, but I wouldn't say by a whole bunch. I think there's a lot of great ideas, and I was into the world and the story of the original Death Stranding, and that's kind of what drew me to Death Stranding 2. Like, every trailer that released of Death Stranding 2, like, I started off thinking, I don't know if I'm ready to go back into this world again, but like every trailer release, I was like, maybe I'm more and more excited for Death Stranding 2, and it got to the point where, I don't know, a month ago, the most recent trailer, I was like, do you know what, I want to get my teeth back into this. And it was that promise, I think, of the original game, and there was the real rough draft of a great first game in that first one for me, and that hope that the second one would be able to do it, and I'm very grateful they did, really.
In interviews leading up to this, Kojima has even himself said, he's almost disappointed by this idea that this one was testing better, that it was, people were thinking of it as more of this is harsh, but like functional, normal style game, whereas the first one was a little bit more experimental and different. And what do you make of that? Like, do you think that he was? Do you think there is something that has been lost there? Do you think he's overreacting? Like,
I think he's overreacting, because I feel like, if you really didn't get along with the first Death Stranding, I don't think this does enough new things or makes it a completely different game to the point where you're going to go, this is, it is making it more welcoming to newcomers and people who already did this the first time. Like, it doesn't spend 10 hours teaching you how to deliver one parcel again. It gets you straight back into it and like gives you an assault rifle and a bite pretty much in the first hour and says, right, kind of do your own thing. It is kind of more, and I do allude to it a bit in my review, there is a bit of, I don't want to go over the top of it, but there is a bit of the phantom pain in there. There is a bit of that sandbox nature and that bit of like, do it how you want to nature, which I feel like kind of was lost in the first one. I feel like there was maybe ambitions in Death Stranding 1 for it to be a bit more do it how you want, but ultimately there kind of was just a few paths you should have taken, but I feel like this has done pretty much everything it should have in terms of making a sequel to the original.
This isn't Metal Gear. It is not trying to be Metal Gear. It is its own thing. It's a very different thing. But On the Beach is a lot more of a stealth action game. And so let's talk about your tastes there, right?
Yes.
What do you like about stealth action games? What do you think makes them tick? What stood out to you about the Phantom Pain that makes it a game you still sort of reference back to?
I think it's the malleability of stealth action games I love the most. It's those moments, because I love stealth action games. I would never say I'm the best at them. So I kind of love when a stealth action game still lets you go and keep going and do your own thing once you inevitably get caught and kind of get back into stealth if you need to. So Phantom Pain is obviously a great example of that. I also think for as much as The Last of Us 2 gets its plaudits in a lot of areas, I think it's actually a fantastic stealth action game. Like, I think the actual gameplay mechanics of that game are brilliant in the way you can get in and out of stealth. I also look at something like Dishonored 2 is one of my favorite games ever. Just, again, the malleability, the different ways you can approach every situation. This, you know, like we said, Death Stranding 2 isn't quite on the level of those games as a pure stealth action game. It is kind of, 70%, Snow Runner or Mud Runner with 30% of the Phantom Pain in there. But it's those flashes of it that I was getting where, I was throwing my little doll man into the air and using him as like an eagle in the sky, and then getting a sniper rifle and picking people off and then getting into some grass. It's kind of, I liked that, you could look at any sort of enemy encampment and go, right, there are literally 20 different ways I could approach this, and that's what I loved about it. And normally it would go wrong and I'd have to get in a big truck and mow people down. But yeah, that's what I'm into.
So speaking of Kojima and Metal Gear specifically, do you have sort of a favorite amongst those games, or a favorite, top 2, 3 maybe?
It's always 1 and 3 in my mind. Those are the ones. I feel like 3, I was at the perfect age when it came out to be like fully obsessed with it when it came out on PS2. And that was the one for the longest time I thought was the best. I'm really looking forward to the remake of that. But I think the last couple of years, I recently replayed Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear Solid 1, and I kind of feel like that's my favorite now, just because you can see where everything came from. It is, not many more games more influential in the world than that game, and just the amount of different things it's doing back in 1998, I just think it's astonishing. So 1 and 3 are the top 2, and I feel like now I would say Metal Gear Solid 1. Controversially, I do, for as much as I've mentioned the Phantom Pain here, I do think it's like absolutely one of the best stealth action games ever made. I would never say it's one of my favorite games ever made, though, just because sadly it is kind of unfinished and the story isn't really there. So like, if we were doing an actual Kojima ranking, do you know what, at this point in very time, I would say I prefer Death Stranding 2 to the Phantom Pain, which may be, may prick some people's ears up, but I've said it now, so I can't take it back, can I?
I don't know. It's hard to beat tying balloons to people and sending them off into the sky for me. I'll just say that. Last but not least, I want to ask you about, maybe there's some people who are new to Death Stranding who didn't finish the first one, who fell off in the middle of it, whatever. Do you have to have beaten it? Do you think that it's a okay on-ramp if somebody just sort of wants to get into this this shinier version of it?
I'd always hesitate to say, no, you can't play about playing the first, because you always can, really, but there is a lot of terminology and story to catch up on this. There is a recap at the start of the game. It's very brief. It's kind of like a PowerPoint presentation of the first game, kind of bare bones. You won't really understand the full impact of Death Stranding 2 if you just have that as your intro, I think. But I would recommend, and I think IGN have one, like an in-depth proper story recap of Death Stranding 1 if you haven't played it, like a good 15-20 minutes at least, just to understand, what the chiral network is, what a still mother is, what the Odra deck is. These are all words that don't exist, right? That you will kind of need to know, because they don't get explained to you one at a time in the sequel. But I think there's still plenty to enjoy if you didn't play the first one, so I'd hesitate to say don't give it a go, because I do think it's definitely one of the best games I've played so far this year.
Well, Simon, thank you very much for joining me, talking a little bit about your tastes, your stealth action tastes, Metal Gear tastes, all that jazz. If you want a different kind of sci-fi, we have reviews of The Alters and Mind's Eye, and for everything else gaming, keep it right here on IGN.
The biggest celebration of pop culture entertainment is back.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con.
The epicenter of all things fandom.
IGN is giving you a front row seat. Great. Tune in for live coverage of the biggest movies, games, and shows.
Oh, man, look at that. Return of the dang old king, man. Oh.
It's the biggest celebration of pop culture entertainment in the multiverse.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con.
IGN is your all-access badge to the best it has to offer.
It's gonna be great.
Coming up today,
You ready for the next adventure, pal?
Peacemaker Season 2, The Walking Dead Daryl Dixon, The Bad Guys 2, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics, Scott Pilgrim EX, and finding out where Star Trek Strange New Worlds is boldly going next.
Down low.
Why would you do that?
Because you are too slow.
Day 2 of IGN San Diego Comic-Con coverage kicks off right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Day 2 of IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. I'm Damon Hatfield. I'm joined by Kim Horcher and Jeffrey Vega. How's it going?
It's going great. We have so many great things planned for today. We'll be kicking things off with Robert Kirkman and the latest on Invincible Versus. Then later, James Gunn, John Cena, and the cast of Peacemaker stop by to talk about their Hall H panel.
And we've also got an interview with the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds.
Speaking of Strange New Worlds, let's check in with what's happening in that bizarre realm known as the balcony. Tom, what's up?
What's up, everyone? Our stage will be packed with celebrities all weekend long, and even more will be joining us out here on this very balcony. But the convention center behind me is roughly 10 million times bigger than our entire studio, and it's packed with even more cool stuff. I might be a little wrong on my math there, but I do assure you that the rest is true. And if you need proof, let's check out what's happening in the field.
Guys, we're over here at the Comic-Con show floor, and we found the 30th anniversary for Gundam Wing. There's so many cool things to check out over here, but if you're a fan of DC Comics, we have the perfect thing coming up for you. The hit TV show Peacemaker. The cast is joining our show coming up next, so don't go anywhere.
The Walking Dead, which was turned into a successful TV franchise. Invincible, which was turned into a successful TV franchise. And a whole host of other comics like Marvel Zombies, which, if you count a few episodes of What If on Disney Plus, was also turned into a successful TV franchise. Please welcome to the IGN stage, Robert Kirkman.
Yay! And if I sit here long enough, I will turn the IGN stage into a successful TV franchise.
That's what we're counting on, Robert.
Woo!
Well, you have quite a few ongoing and upcoming projects. We have Invincible Versus, Skin Breaker, and the Energon Universe, to name a few. Let's start with Invincible Versus, though. I'm excited about this. This is a brand new 3v3 tag team fighting game set in the Invincible universe.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome. Look at that. Those people are fighting. No, I mean, it's great. You get lineups of 3 fighters. You get to pick them. There's like a really blazing fast interchange system where you're bouncing back and forth from fighter to fighter. You have to do it tactically to get through some of these fights, and it's just really an awesome, fun game that I can't wait for fans to get to play.
Have you played the game?
Oh, I've played the game many times, and they update it every week now, and so it's like every time that myself and Corey Walker and Ryan Otley get in to play the game, there's some kind of new element to it, and oftentimes it's something that can surprise us, and it's just like, oh, they added this level now, and oh, this player's in there, so it's really, really cool.
Well, all that considered, so far, who is your favorite character to play?
So far, of the 6 characters we've announced, so I have to limit it to the 6 characters. I cannot talk about other characters that haven't been announced, which is very frustrating to me because I'm very excited about them.
Oh, I think you can.
I have to say Battle Beast, which we announced today. So if I had talked about this yesterday, I would have had to say Thula or Bulletproof, but today I get to answer Battle Beast, so that's really exciting.
Well, I mean, you just revealed it today in your panel.
Yeah.
And by the way, Battle Beast #1 is in its 4th printing. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much.
Can you tease anything related to possible things that might be coming up in the game?
In the game? Oh my gosh. I mean, there's so much care being put into being true to the Invincible universe. So if you're a fan of the comics or the show and you're like, oh, there's a fighting game coming, who would I like to be in that fighting game? there's a 99% chance they're going to be in the game. I'll just say that. That's a spoiler. I might get in trouble for that. I don't know. The lineup is going to be absolutely insane. I'm so glad that we announced Battle Beast. You can't do an Invincible fighting game without having Battle Beast be one of the playable characters. There are other characters like that will more than likely be in the game. So, we'll see. We've got a lot of announcements to roll out. There's a really great team working on this, and I can't wait for people to see what everything is going into it.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a massive roster based on you saying if there's a character you like, it's probably in the game.
We'll see. We'll see.
We shall see. So many fighting games have had crossover characters in other games. For instance, Omni-Man was in Mortal Kombat 1.
Yes.
So if you could pick, what fighting game would you want Invincible Versus to cross over with?
I think it'd be cool to do a Mortal Kombat crossover. but I would want to put Ed Boon himself in the game. I think that would be a lot of fun. Just him doing the various Mortal Kombat fight moves. But yeah, that'd be fun. Marvel Sleepwalker, another favorite of mine. I would like to do that just because I think it'd be cool for people to be like, really?
Huh.
You chose Sleepwalker. Okay.
Well, that exposes the world to who is Sleepwalker. But we want to show you.
I think everyone watching this knows who Marvel Sleepwalker is. Thank you very much.
Okay. I misestimated our audience. But let's get into our something I want to talk to you about. I want to show you a few of the overkills in the game and get your thoughts on them.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to this.
Robert knows, but in case you don't, overkills are the game's versions of a finisher move, maybe what you would call a fatality in Mortal Kombat. Let's have a look at this first one.
All right.
So this is Adam Eve, and she's doing the rebirth.
Yeah, just showing the raw, unbridled fury and power of Adam Eve. Very cool. And then Invincible, this is a punch that you may recognize from the animated series. And then there's some really like rad lines of dialogue that get said here. But again, showing off the power of Invincible.
And we have Thula.
Thula, I mean, don't underestimate the hair braid with the knife at the end of it. And this cool spinning move is really great. I also just love the like total obliteration of the human body that happens at the end of this as a result. And then, I mean, come on, Rexplode, you got the eye stab, and then here come the letters. Come on, come on. And yeah, and it just, again, piles of bodies. I would have loved to have added the Mortal Kombat 2 motorcycle engine shape of intestines that would like bounce around as like a solid object as an Easter egg.
Well, there's still time, right?
I like inaccurate video game gore, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, it's great to be able to expand the game and do all these cool things.
Well, how much input did you have on, let's say, the overkills or the movesets?
I mean, we're involved every step of the way. I mean, we're approving things. We're looking at skins and costume designs and approving like all kinds of different aspects of the game, getting to weigh in on the final roster and things like that. So yeah, I mean, almost every aspect of the game we've kind of had our hands on.
Ah, so you do know about the final roster. Interesting.
It's entirely possible.
Well, let's talk about the Energon universe if we can. Now, there are a few updates on the Energon universe. What can we expect from your run on Transformers with Dan Mora?
Well, I think that Daniel Warren Johnson, who's been the writer on Transformers since issue 1, did this full 24-issue run, and he established just a really great pace to the series and a lot of energy, and I really just want to continue that tradition. So this isn't the case of a new writer coming in and going, okay, this is my Transformers now, and this is going to be completely different, and I'm going to do things that Daniel Warren Johnson didn't do. I'm really just trying to keep pace with what he had established in the book and provide the fans with a continuing experience so that you get the sense that, there has been a plan from the very beginning with the Energon universe, and we're just going to continue that plan. But I will say there's going to be all kinds of new stuff, new characters get introduced in issue 25. Mm-hmm. There's going to be some evolution to some of the characters that have been present in the book. And there's probably going to be some more mayhem, and there might be a couple of deaths or two.
Count down on it. Let's talk about Skin Breaker, though. What can you tell us about this? This is your latest project. You are working with David Finch.
Yeah, I mean, Skin Breaker is this like really cool sci-fi fantasy comic that's about a primitive civilization that is on the brink of extinction, and this leader, Anak, who is trying to evolve his people and change their way of life to ensure their survival and the resistance he's experiencing from within his group. And it's a really cool, like, fun action comic that is absolutely brutal and is absolutely beautiful. As you can see from this Dave Finch art, he really is doing the work of his career here, and I couldn't be more proud of what we've been able to accomplish on this series.
I mean, that's saying something with Finch.
He's the best.
I mean, you mentioned in your panel that you wanted to work with him for decades. So
yes, I'm very
why
old.
has it taken this long?
He's been so busy. I mean, he's gone from strength to strength. I mean, New Avengers with Brian Bendis, and then doing a Moon Knight series that was outselling Batman at the time, and it's just absolutely historic. And then he moved from that to Batman, and then did some of the like modern classic Batman runs with Grant Morrison and Tom King. And he's just been absolutely brilliant in everything that he's done. He did a run on Wonder Woman that was really great. And now he's doing this book, and it's a dream come true to be able to work with him.
And some of your older works are coming to hardcover soon, right?
Yeah, I got Die 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 has a hardcover coming out in September, and this often forgotten first work of mine, Battle Pope, gets a very ridiculously deluxe hardcover that is coming out in September.
Why is it ridiculous?
I just thought it would be hilarious to do a Battle Pope hardcover that has gold foil pages, the edge pages, and then there's gold foil all over the cover, and it looks like it's made of leather, and it's just like, this is far too high-end of a product for such a silly, ridiculous, and downright embarrassing comic.
So you are embarrassed of it?
At times, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, returning to your old work is sometimes, you realize how far you've grown.
Yeah, I mean, this is a book that Tony Moore and I did when we were 20. So, it's got some dumb parts.
I mean, I'm not.
And I stand by it.
And yeah, well, I mean, I saw some of the headlines coming out of your panel, and it was like, Robert Kirkman excited about, quote, stupidest thing I've ever made.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't have fun and enjoy the stupid stuff that you do, what are we doing here? This is Comic-Con. This is the comics industry. You gotta have fun.
We should have fun.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, you've been known to stay up to date on Steven Yeun's schedule. So who does he play in the latest Last Airbender animated movie? I mean, I've noticed he doesn't
I don't want to lose any more sleep spoiling Steven Yeun news. I cannot tell you how much that Thunderbolts thing affected me. Why would you guys bring that up? I'm so angry. No, I'm fine.
No. I loved it. I was like, I get to talk to Robert Kirkman? He's going to say things. I love it. I'm kidding, though.
The best part is he told me who he's playing in the Last Airbender thing, and I was like, I wish I didn't know. So anyway, no.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool. I noticed that he doesn't, maybe it's Avatar 1, maybe it's something else, but I'm totally kidding. We are huge fans of your work, and we are very excited for it all to come out in its various different forms. Looking forward to the hit TV show based on Skin Breaker coming up.
Yes, I'm very excited.
I'm just joking.
Steven Yeun is in it. He's going to be great.
Yeah?
Yes, and he's playing Abraham Lincoln.
Perfect.
Yep.
That is the scoop that I was looking for this entire time.
Yes. Hey, make sure you guys wish list Invincible Versus on your Steam and your Xbox and your PlayStation. Let's do that.
All right, and that is coming out?
Coming out next year.
Lovely. Eventually next year.
Sooner than you may think, but next year.
All right.
I'm not being specific.
Spoken like a man who got in trouble with the Thunderbolts. Thank you, Robert, for joining us here at IGN.
Kevin Feige hates me.
But we like you.
Nah, we'll see after this is over.
But thank you for joining us. You are always a good time, and I so enjoy when you come on the show. Invincible Versus will be out sometime next year. Skin Breaker hits your local comic book store on September 24th, and Void Rivals is available now. And for more from San Diego Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
Woohoo!
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World is widely regarded as being one of the best beat-em-up games of all time and one of the greatest movie tie-ins ever made. And now, 15 years later, we're getting a sequel. Here to tell us about it, Scott Pilgrim's creator, Brian Lee O'Malley, and the co-founder of Tribute Games, John Francois Major. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks so
hey,
much.
Thanks for having us.
So I'm super excited for this game. On my podcast, Game Scoop, we refer to games that look like I would really like them as Damie games. Looks like it could be got a Damie game here. How did this all come together? Because we had the original game, 2010, I think, from Ubisoft, and then some members of the team split off and go and form Tribute Games, and now they're making the sequel, or a spiritual sequel, Scott Pilgrim EX. So it feels like a perfect storm. How did all this come together?
Yeah,
well, we've known each other forever. I mean, go into the history of Tribute, because that's the key.
You kind of said the whole story. Basically, we're ex-Ubisoft employees. Right. We worked on Scott Pilgrim, moved on to do our own thing, and we've been kind of nagging Brian, like we're good friends now, and we keep telling him like we should do another Scott Pilgrim game. It's such a great license. We're super passionate about it, so let's do something.
Yeah, and fans are still excited about Scott Pilgrim and beat 'em ups, and yeah, they talk about the game to me all the time. A lot of like people that are 30 now grew up playing that game 15 years ago, so it just seemed like the time was really right.
Some people that are in their later 40s now also played that game.
But you weren't growing up; you were already grown up.
I don't know. Ask my wife about that.
Yeah.
So the first game coincided with the film, but now this time you get to kind of just do your own thing. So
yeah.
What did you want to do when you set out to make this new game?
We just wanted to have fun and make a fun game. So it's like the fun comes first, and then we're kind of letting the story and the characters fall into place based on what feels fun. So we don't, for the first time, I don't have to retell the story of Scott Pilgrim. We all kind of know the story of Scott Pilgrim at this point, so now we can just have fun with the characters.
Yeah, and to correct a bit, like it's not really a sequel to the original game.
Spiritual sequel.
We're trying to do like a separate thing. So we kind of call it more like an adventure brawler. So it's not as linear as the original game.
Yeah.
There's like a quest system, and you kind of like go walk around the world and do various quests.
So I've been following Tribute Games for some time. I like your games a lot.
Excellent.
One of your recent games, TMNT Shredder's Revenge. Love
Classic.
that game. Yeah. So I guess should we expect something sort of similar in feel to Shredder's Revenge?
I think we're like trying to stay clear from Shredder's Revenge. Like it's a different IP, so we need to treat it differently. I think there's a bit more chaos in Scott Pilgrim. Like we try to embrace it a bit more. There's like just the fighting is much more varied.
There's a lot of objects, breakable stuff, and a lot of characters on screen. And it's I kept asking them at first to make it faster and crazier. So it really feels really frenetic at times.
What's the process of pitching enemies, bosses, power-ups like? Does it go both ways?
It does, yeah, for sure. Yeah, and like there's so many artists working on the game, so we're always just like, pitch something, and it's often awesome. So yeah, I would say like half the bosses came from various artists on the team, and the other half I had a vague idea and I've sketched some stuff. So it's been like a good kind of synergy between me and the whole team.
So we know we can play as Scott and Ramona. Are there any other playable characters you can tell us about? And I should point out that this will be airing after your panel tomorrow. So any information you share will not be out there until after the panel.
Unfortunately, no, we're not telling anyone what the other players are just yet. What are we showing in the panel? Some gameplay, some fun stuff. People will already have seen it at this point. I literally don't remember what the key thing is we're showing.
But yeah, we'll have 7 playable characters. Yeah. So there's still 5 more to showcase. And during the panel, we'll talk about physical versions of the game. I think that's something that's really important for the fans. So we're
going to showcase some of the new music too by Anna Monoguchi, the class band that's been doing everything all along. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I think you referred to it as a beat 'em up adventure. Takes place in Toronto. Apparently, all the levels are all interconnected. Can you sort of expound upon that?
Yeah. So basically, like in a regular beat 'em up, you kind of just walk to the right and then meet a boss and then end that level. In this case, the world is fully open. You kind of run around and try to pick up on quests and try to tackle those quests, whichever way like you feel like doing it. So yeah, it's not as linear. It's more open-ended.
thing.
It's sort of an open world, yeah, and you get to interact with lots of NPCs and fan favorite characters from the Scott Pilgrim world. So I think that stuff will really be exciting for people.
Well, Brian, you wrote the story for this. What did you want to do with these characters this time around?
I don't know. It's like I always just want to say something about how I'm feeling nowadays, and I don't want to repeat myself. So it's just we're just kind of. I figure it out inch by inch. What do these characters feel like right now? What are they going through right now? And how can we have fun with all that?
Yeah, I think I can add also, like, when we started the project, you kind of saw the game as another pillar. So he has his comic books and then the movie and the TV show, and you wanted something that's standalone and that's
right. You can kind of
story.
enter Scott Pilgrim from any of those things, and I wanted the new game to be the same way. Like, so if someone is 12 and they've never even heard of Scott Pilgrim, they can play this game and have fun, and then discover the characters in the other iterations. What we were saying, it's kind of like a Zelda or a Mario, where it's like you don't need to know anything going in. It's just like, oh, there's Scott, there's Ramona, there's these other characters, and we love their world, and we get to play in it.
Surely the EX in the title is a reference to the many evil X's.
It could be.
Am I a detective? Did I solve the riddle?
We can't say any more about that phrase, EX, but we love saying it.
Yeah, it's a good play on word. We'll leave it
It
at
works
that.
well in video game titles.
Exactly.
So it seems like you got a great package here. Music is awesome. Pixel art is fantastic. Looks fun as heck. When did you know that sort of everything was coalescing and gelling, and this is going to turn out into something special?
As soon as we started getting the team back together, a lot of the same people. Paul Robertson doing a lot of the sprites. Another Jonathan Kim is another one of the artists who worked on the old game. Anna Monoguchi.
Yeah.
These guys, Jonathan Levine, our designer. It's amazing having us all back together.
Well, I'm super excited to play. Any final words?
Honestly, we're just super happy to work on this. This is like a passion project for us, and it's like a crazy opportunity for us.
Yeah, it really does feel like I'm like a 10-year-old kid making stuff up like in my binder every day. I love that feeling.
This is a 2026 game, right? Next year.
It is, yeah.
Well, it's one of my most anticipated games of 2026.
Thank
It's
you.
a little far off. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot, Jamie.
Scott Pilgrim EX hits consoles and PC next year. I cannot wait. We've got tons more Comic-Con coverage ahead here at IGN, so don't go anywhere.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. The Walking Dead Daryl Dixon's most recent season finale involved copious amounts of hallucinogenic bat guano, which was quite literally, quote, batshit crazy. Here to tease where the series can possibly go from there, Daryl and Carol themselves, Norman Reedus and Melissa McBride, welcome.
Hello.
Hey. Thank you for joining me today.
Thanks for having us.
I've been really enjoying the episodes I've been allowed to see. It was recently announced, though, that there will be a 4th season and it will be the last. How does that feel?
What? I think that was always sort of the plan. We have an arc through France, and then we have an arc through Spain, and it kind of wraps up in Spain. And the way that it ends kind of is a satisfying ending. So it was sort of the plan all along.
And what does a satisfying ending look like?
Yeah, Norman, what does that look like?
I mean, that's kind of a trick question, isn't it?
Yes,
It's a satisfying ending. Yeah, I just think all the storylines wrap up in a way that will be satisfying to the viewer.
Like a good satisfying cry, or?
Oh, I can't tell you. And to be honest, we don't have the last 2 scripts. We just have ideas so far. Yeah.
Wow, it could end up being nearly anything at that point.
The direction is, let's go satisfying.
It's so satisfying.
All right, well, I'll have to hope on that until it comes out. So Daryl and Carol have survived the zombie apocalypse for many years, which is better than most. What are your ultimate survival do's and don'ts in the event of an inevitable event of a real-world outbreak? My producer has feelings.
Do's and don'ts.
Do's and don'ts. Make friends.
Don't make noise.
Don't make noise. Yeah, I think you just have to be prepared, and you have to, I don't know, you get to this point where you can read people's body language and minds and see if they're telling the truth, because there's a lot of sneaky people, I guess.
I feel like I've seen that.
Yeah. There's a crazy reverb in here.
I can hear it too.
Right? Yeah. It's kind of great.
Yeah, a little bit. But from Atlanta to Paris to Great Britain to now Spain in season 3, Daryl Dixon has taken this universe to places we've never seen before. How has this journey changed Daryl and Carol emotionally, and how does that evolution compare back to season 1? Of the Walking Dead original series.
The original series? Oh, wow. Gosh, it's taken, for Carol anyway, I think her mindset in this one is just kind of having come to terms with Sophia, all of that. That's going to be explored a little bit in this season coming up, and kind of letting go of things, opening up to stuff. Oh my goodness! Yeah, that was great to shoot. That was fun.
Yeah, I think for Daryl, he's sort of taken all the things he's learned from all the past cast members and all the people that he's been, in a family with, and he'll come across a situation now where he's like, what would Rick do? What would Herschel do? Well, in the beginning, he just wanted to fight everybody, and I think now he's learned from the people before him. He's become a more mature Daryl, a less hot-headed Daryl. Yeah.
But still a little hot-headed.
Yeah, totally.
Well, you've both killed so many zombies over the years, or walkers. What are your most memorable kills, and what made them stand out? For instance, for Carol, during the prison arc in season 4, she used a hacksaw to decapitate a walker. Season 5, she used a propane tank in the explosion at Terminus. There have been a lot of creative ways to make it through here.
You just named the best one.
Best one.
I like the propane tank at Terminus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl's used everything from scissors to rocket launchers. So I don't...
scissors or rocket launchers.
Yeah, you just grab anything pointy.
Well, honestly, what is your favorite weapon?
My favorite weapon, I think, is the mace.
Nice.
The mace is wild because you have to kind of swing through camera, right? So you don't really get to stop it. We've had a few instances where I've swung through and hit myself in the head with the mace. And sort of, you start to see like little cuckoo birds from above your head. I've done that a few times. The crossbow was great, but I've given myself like multiple black eyes with that thing.
How?
I had so many black eyes on that show, they wrote them into scenes. So, because you go through a doorway or something and you hit the edge of a doorway and it clocks you in the face. So
Yeah.
I'm always hurt. She's always hurt too, actually.
How are you hurting yourself on set? If he's going to blow up your spot like this.
I trip over things. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
So I got to see a little preview of the new season, and it's really great to see you two and the crossbow, even though it is harmful, to back together. Even though things are never easy, I really love the balance these two characters bring each other. For instance, you'll talk through something and have very different points of view, and maybe that'll evolve over time. Please tell me you're going to stay together. What are Daryl and Carol going to do if they lose each other again?
I don't know. I think there's a bond there between them that they probably won't ever really lose each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, lose. I don't think they're going to lose each other.
Yeah, they won't accidentally misplace each other. Yeah.
That's interesting wording you've used,
Yeah.
and I'm going to keep that in mind. The Walking Dead universe is massive, and fans have grown incredibly attached to many characters across all the series. Are there any reunions that really meant something to both of you personally, whether as a fan or a performer?
I liked the reunion with Rick when I see that Rick's still there. What season was that? Everybody broke into tears.
Where did he go?
I like that reunion. I liked.
Where did he even go?
Where did he go? I don't know. It was so long ago.
I know it's hard.
There's been a lot of good reunions. I liked our reunion, in season 2 of Daryl Dixon, the one in France, because that was, it was where Daryl was emotionally when he sees her. It's we reworked that scene where there was a rhythm to it, so it's like he's like he, fourth gear, like fighting his way through, and it just takes pause, and the world slows down, and then they come together, and just everything goes quiet around them. Like
It was surreal.
Yeah, that was a great reunion.
Across the world. Yeah.
Well, I mean, on that note, we've been seeing a lot on Reddit and social media from fans constantly hoping for Rick, Daryl, and Carol to reunite, or wondering how past relationships might echo into new seasons. Without spoiling anything, unless you want to, how aware are you of this kind of fan speculation?
We're very aware of it. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. So many ideas thrown around from fans for all these things. I think sometimes it's better to do the opposite of what people expect, so they're surprised. I think if we just read what fans wanted all the time and gave them what they wanted, then you would know the outcome of everything. So sometimes I think it's better to tell your story, and people can like it, argue, hate it, whatever, but you don't want to just like read Twitter and you know what I'm saying? You don't want to just do that. That's not fair.
Well, part of the fun of storytelling is how anybody interprets it for themselves.
Wonderful answers from the executive producers and stars. Thank you so much. Season 3 of The Walking Dead Daryl Dixon premieres September 7th on AMC and AMC+. But before that, there's still lots more Comic-Con still to come right here at IGN.
Hey everyone, here we are at San Diego Comic-Con where my man Tom Jorgensen just got out of the Tron Ares panel. So Tom, I understand that they showed a couple of exclusive clips at the panel?
Yes, that's right. We saw 2 chase scenes from the movie, one set in the real world and one set on the grid, the red grid that we've seen from the movie and the trailers so far. So yeah, the first chase scene that we saw, it features Athena and Ares, which are these programs controlled by the Dillinger Corporation in this movie, headed up by Evan Peters, Julian Dillinger, a distant relative of the Dillingers from the earlier movies.
The long and storied Dillinger
and now
family.
the long and storied, now you're caught up on the lore. But anyway, so Athena and Ares are these 2 sort of
AI drones belonging to the Dillingers, and they've been rezzed into the real world. It's almost like a 3D printing process. You see them break loose of their sort of strands there and just walk straight over to light cycles, real light cycles for the first time in a Tron movie. They look incredible. Designed by the same production designer, his name is escaping me, who created the Bat Pod from The Dark Knight.
Oh,
this
nice.
is a guy that knows, and also did all the production design for Tron Legacy. So it really is keeping in that same sort of style of Legacy, but evolving that.
Nice.
Back to the chase. Eve is this employee of Encom who has some sort of code. We don't quite understand what that is, but Ares and Athena really want it. They take off after Eve. Incredible light cycle chase through this sort of like Pacific Northwest highway, middle of a city, probably Seattle, and light cycles just creating ribbons on the highway. Cars are getting cut in half. Really interesting shot composition as well. The director, Joachim Ronning, is doing some really cool things with how he's choosing to cover the action. All of this, by the way, soundtracked by an incredible Nine Inch Nails score. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross doing incredible work already. We heard a couple songs we haven't yet heard in these clips. They were awesome. Don't know what to say other than, like, it's Reznor and Ross. It's not going to let you down. Yeah. So anyway, Eve manages to put some distance between her and Athena and Ares, but kind of goes hiding in a parking structure. Athena comes after her. There's a bit of a fight between the two of them. Eve ends up stealing Athena's light cycle and riding it herself, kind of figuring out as she goes, manages to get away. That's about where that clip ends. Very cool to see cars getting cut in half by light cycle ribbons.
And picking up on where the last movie ended, which was the idea of the computer beings coming into the real world.
Exactly. Cora, that ISO from Tron Legacy, becoming a real girl at the end. The second scene we saw, also a chase scene, but whereas Ares and Athena were chasing Eve sort of antagonistically, here Ares seems to be helping Eve in the computer world. I don't know how she got in there exactly, but whatever is happening, Ares has created some sort of water vehicle. There's digital water in this movie that looks like sort of pixels. Very cool, like little tiny ice cubes. But there is a chase scene where Athena is sending drones after Ares. Very, very cool. Again, the coverage that we're seeing here is really inventive. We're, flying through the air and, in and out of recognizers, solar sailors, everything you could expect to see in a Tron movie was included in these clips. Very well represented. And the way that scene ends, Eve and Ares go down this sort of whirlpool of that pixelated water, and where they've gone, who knows?
Okay.
But that's everything we saw.
Well, real quick, I know you're a huge Tron fan.
I am.
Are you more excited now?
I am more excited now. I think the visuals are on point. The music was incredible. And so I think fans definitely have a lot to look forward to in October. If you've been looking forward to the return of Tron, there's plenty for your eyeballs and your ears to enjoy.
Awesome. All right. Well, for even more from San Diego Comic-Con, be sure to keep it locked to IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Interviewing famous people on camera can be nerve-wracking, but it's unlikely they'll bite you in the neck and drink your blood. Interviewing vampires, that's another story. Here to tell me about Anne Rice's interview with a vampire and hopefully keep their fangs to themselves, the stars of the show, Jacob Anderson, Sam Reed, and Eric Bogosian. Welcome, you guys.
Hello. Can I just say you ate that?
Oh, thank
That
you.
intro was incredible.
Yeah.
That was so good.
And you have a nice neck, too.
Oh, thank you.
We really appreciate
thank
necks.
you. That's
Wait,
really,
am I
really
supposed to
kind.
say that? I think I'm just sorry. you. Cancel. Just you. Cancel me.
Canceled already. So Sam, let's start with you.
Yep.
You played kind of a back seat in season 2, and now it is all Lestat all the time. Are you happy to be front and center again?
Oh, that's complicated. No, I mean, not overly. But you know, I'm just doing the books. We're following the books. And I suppose that's how it's kind of going. Yeah.
I just go where they tell me to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know, Jacob, the story so far has benefited heavily from Louis' perspective, and now you do not get that in the show. How are you feeling going into that with it's all Lestat's story now?
I mean, I think Louis still has his perspective represented, but I think that's what, like, you want to get another side to every story, you know? Like, I think that's exciting. And also the tone of the show now is so different, and it's heightened in such a different way that I think that it's like, it's apples and oranges, but they're also telling the same story. I think it's a good thing. I think it's yeah.
So, Eric, your character is watching all of this from both sides. And you have called out Louis as an unreliable narrator from the start. How's that going to work now with the more aggressive Lestat?
Lestat pulls a lot of tricks and doesn't want to tell me the truth and goes to great lengths to do that. So it's my job to, I'm a dog with a bone. I'm gonna get it. Only problem is I'm going through an adjustment period as a vampire, so that complicates my situation for these first episods.
Vampire a lot of bowling.
Yeah.
A lot of bowling. I have to do a lot of bowling, yes.
And a notoriously self-centered, shall we say, sire? Like you're doing it around Lestat, who is so like, figure it out yourself.
I'm not his sire, though.
Well, that's true. You're just around him.
His maker was Armand, who is also self-centered, but you know.
Deeply so.
We're all self-centered.
Everyone
in our own way.
Yeah, we're gonna get to
we
Armand.
become vampires, and vampires are a particular thing. We're serial killers, basically.
Yeah.
But each one of us carries our personality from before, in our own, but in a vampire way. It's like we're still ourselves, but we're ourselves with a twist.
Yeah.
And I think that, and it's pretty indelible the way that our characters continue to be what they were when they were alive.
Yeah. So do you get to play with that at all? Like, since we've seen so much of human Daniel, now that you're vampire Daniel, do you get to sort of add that dichotomy?
It's the strangest thing. I love the writing in this show, and somehow it's gone seamlessly from a Daniel that I really understood as a old guy, and now I understand him as a vampire, and yet he's the same guy.
Yeah.
I can't explain it. It just, we learn our lines and we do it, and it just feels like we enter, it's like we're walking we're like Alice in Wonderland. We're in there, and then it all makes sense when we're there.
Also, we're all old guys.
We're all old.
Quite
Yeah.
so. Quite
Yeah.
so. You're
You
the
guys,
youngest.
Yeah, I'm the youngest. Yes, I'm the baby of the group.
Baby Eric.
That's why he calls
It's
me
Baby
Baby
Eric.
Eric.
Yeah.
So, Sam, in the book, so much of Lestat's history is covered in that novel. Will we see a lot of that jumping between past and present in season 3, or are we staying more focused on your Rockstar angle?
No, we'll see a lot of the past, definitely, and that's kind of like one of the joys of the show is like how jarring those jumps are, going from the 1790s into like today. So yeah, we see a lot of the past. Roland's done a wonderful job of like sort of integrating the two time periods simultaneously as we go along. So it's not quite like the books where you get a bit at the beginning and a bit at the end and a whole bunch in the middle. It's intertwined through the beautiful songs written by Daniel Hart. So it's a really, really hard book to adapt, I think. And I don't think anyone could have done it better than Roland Jones and Hannah Moscovich. So they've done a great job.
So, speaking of the past and the present and the extreme difficulty of adapting the vampire Lestat, you've also got the added depth of Claudia, which obviously happened in the novels as well, but in the timeline that we're following here, like it's so front and center for both of you. Will we see you dealing with that in a third set of timelines, or will we get anything about the fallout from the loss of Claudia?
Single word answer?
I was going to say, I think they will never not be dealing with Claudia's death.
But that's a better answer. Yeah. Claudia is a huge part of the books and these characters. I should have just left it with your answer. It was better.
No, go. Cook.
I wanted to give one word. And I'm going, let me just riff on that.
Yeah. That's perfect. So Eric, we already kind of touched on Lestat being a much more confident vampire and Daniel very much being a dog with a bone trying to get his story. How challenged will you be from like the journalist perspective in season 3 as you're dealing with this guy?
I'm very challenged. It's very hard to pull off. There's an angle that we're doing, which I don't know whether I can say it. He switches gears a little bit. He's not.
I don't know. I actually don't carry the.
I think it was in the thing. I can say that.
I didn't read the thing.
It's the basic assumption because in the novels he writes the book, and then in here we assume that you're ghostwriting the book for him. So.
That's a misconception.
All kinds of. But at any rate, Lestat gives me a lot of trouble, and the other thing that Daniel Malloy doesn't like is he doesn't like bullies, and you push, I push back. So we do a little pushing. We did a little pushing the other night. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's a mutual pushing. Yeah.
He doesn't even remember it.
Yeah.
It means nothing to him when I push back at him. It's just like a flea.
Shove love.
So speaking of bullies, Armand.
Yeah.
We have left things off where we did in season 2. Louis is now out of the spell, very aware. Lestat is now back in the picture. You are now a vampire, all of which is fallout from this character. Now, he will play a major role in Lestat's history, but how are we going to see the fallout from Armand play out in the present?
Oh, wouldn't that be fun to know? Wouldn't that be fun to know?
I said, I'm a dog with a bone. I had to try. I had to try.
I think very satisfyingly.
Okay, all right.
Stop.
Stop.
Yeah.
Full stop. Before Eric can say anything. These two guys are just, the whole time
Everybody
we do interviews, they're just waiting for me to say something I'm not supposed to say.
Yes, correct.
They're watching me very carefully.
I think I also really like talking in riddles. I think
Yeah.
it's like quite satisfying when you ask us a question that we're not allowed to answer, that I kind of like am enjoying wasting time.
Watching, there's fun to it, like watching somebody else try and get around it. Like, how are you going to answer that in a way that's not going to get you yelled at?
I've discovered I just slow right down and just have a huge pause between each word, and it seems to work. And then I can see the interviewer being very annoyed that I'm eating up all of the time by doing a lot of pauses between words.
I'm gonna remember that for next time.
Also, you give away more than you think you are.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's why he's there, to just be like, stop.
Shut up.
So, Sam, you're in very rock star vibe with the sunglasses, and you basically get to record your own album this season.
Right.
How is that?
It's pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, it's not me, it's Lestat, definitely, recording an album. Yeah, look, Daniel Hart is an incredible songwriter. And I feel wildly fortunate to work with a man, who's open for Radiohead, that's played with David Bowie, that's written these extraordinary songs. And he writes beautiful music, very complex music. He's an incredible rock star in his own right. His own music is extraordinary. And yeah, he's given a whole new voice to the character that has just been a utter joy to play. So yeah, it's been really fun and stressful, but why not do things that terrify you or things that you're contractually obliged to do? You can't not do it. Yeah.
I would also say, as like a outside observer, that like fictional music can be really bad.
Yeah.
This is like good music. It's good food. It's like it's real. It feels like real. It is real music.
Yeah, it's real. I mean,
you know what I mean?
I was kind of shocked.
Bangers.
Yeah.
There's some real like earworms.
I mean, I was shocked. I was kind of hoping like that maybe we'd be going down a more Mr. Like I love them, but like Mr. Bungle kind of like crazy, silly route. Even though Mr. Bungle is amazing and Mike Patton's obviously extraordinary, but yeah, no, Daniel Hart's ended up writing like really good songs, which was probably more confronting.
I get home from set and I can't stop. I'm like humming the tunes to myself, and they're in my head, and I love them. And then I have to go to my computer, and because we have like these little bits and pieces that have been let out, like the trailer and from last year, and I'll like put it on again. I just want to hear some more of it. It's weird. It's actually
you can stream. Sorry.
No, go.
What can I stream?
The full
song.
The song.
Yeah. You can't. You shouldn't technically be able to stream it
on Spotify. It's on Spotify. Longface.
No, it's not on Spotify.
Is it not?
No.
You can.
I think something will be emerging soon again, right? Yes, there's some new stuff about to pop. Yeah.
On YouTube.
Maybe it's just on YouTube. Yeah, you can get on YouTube.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
The number of times I find myself just humming last year's preview, and you're just like, it's not even about Interview with a Vampire. It'll just, there it is.
And I'll say that it's a wonderful misdirect too, that Longface song. I mean, like the thing is, there's a whole journey with the music that Roland and Daniel Hart have created. There's a journey. There's a story to be told.
All right.
Lestat's still discovering his sound. Yeah.
I love that, because now we get to watch them go on that journey.
Yeah.
So Louis doesn't come into the story in the novel until pretty late into the book. Will we actually see the three of you share a scene in this season?
What did you say? Wouldn't that be
nice?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Wouldn't that be an exciting thing to know?
The three of us all at once?
Don't elaborate.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I have to watch the show to see what I've done on the show.
I think that's totally fair. And like sometimes all three of you are there, but you're not really there. Because we had Sam last year, but he wasn't actually there. He was in Louis' head. So like, how can I know?
The show's like a dream. I dream when I'm doing it, and then I forget when I wake up. It's like leaves my mind. I have to watch it to see what happened.
Really? Yeah, that's a great one.
That's just the way it is for me.
I think that is 100% fair.
Yeah.
And on that is all the time that we have today. Thank you guys so much for your time. Season 3 of Anne Rice's Interview with the Vampire premieres next year on AMC and AMC+. But right now, there's lots more Comic-Cons still here to come here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025, where our live show is going strong all weekend long. In a bit, we'll be hearing about everything that went down at the Coyote versus Acme panel. After that, we're talking with James Gunn, John Cena, and the cast of Peacemaker. But right now, let's find out what's going on at the Mecha Break booth down on the convention floor.
Seth Macy coming to you live from the San Diego Comic-Con Mecha Break Space Station. There's going to be a cosplay show every day. There are game stations set up everywhere for you to come and play. There is a 4D gaming chair over there, which is absolutely insane. There is merch. There is so much to do and see here. Let's get after it.
Presented by Mecha Break.
Yes!
Victory!
That was exhilarating. Check out this merch they've got. They've got this awesome pin set. You got a figurine of Falcon, the mech that I just, by the way, completely dominated with. You've got acrylic standees. You've got artboards. You've got magnets. But wait, there's more. Check this out. It is a limited edition custom Falcon mech. How limited edition, you ask? So limited, it's already sold out and it's just preview night. But if you do want to get a Mecha Break San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, right here we have the Falcon custom t-shirt, but maybe you want to try your luck at something. Oh, they got a Mecha Break gotcha machine. You can roll the dice. You get a chance to win a Falcon collector card, or you could win a PC gaming keyboard. And I love to take a chance. So let's see what I get. Oh, that sounds like a keyboard. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a keyboard. Yes! I won the keyboard. That's what I said I wanted to win. Oh, baby. It is an 8-bit do retro mechanical 87 keyboard, but it's Mecha Break themed. I am going to take this home and I'm going to win some games now. So if you excuse me, man, I cannot wait to get home and play this with that new keyboard. But right now, I'm getting word we have an incoming transmission from IGN Studios. We have Amazing Season Games CEO Chris Kwok and a voice actor from the game. So, yep, let's go to the studio.
Earlier this month, after years of development, Mecha Break officially launched, but that is only the beginning. Joining me to discuss what the future holds is CEO of Amazing Season Games, Chris Kwok, and voice actress Ali Hillis, the voice of the Falcon Striker pilot, Leonie. Welcome. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Now, Chris, Season Games has a long-standing reputation in China for listening to player feedback. Is that the approach you're taking with Mecha Break too?
是的，就从我们多次测试开始，我们经常来讲的话会听玩家意见，包括这回来讲的话到 SDCC 来，其实也是我们会花大量的时间来讲的话去跟玩家去交流、去交谈，去看看来讲的话对我们游戏产品有些什么样的一些问题和去改善它们。
Awesome. Now, Ali, you have acted in some really iconic gaming franchises. You're currently starring as Leonie in Mecha Break. Can you tell us a little bit about what made you excited about taking this role?
I am so thrilled to be a part of Mecha Break because I'm just excited to be in on another ground floor. I mean, it's another ground floor of a whole new franchise. And I think, you know, mechs are very nostalgic. You know, people have a lot of feelings around mechs. And I just think it's so cool that Chris and his team at CSUN are creating a game around mechs. So they're going to introduce gameplay for mechs to a whole new universe of gamers. And I'm just thrilled to be in on another big ground floor.
No, and you get to pilot a mech, which is, I think, what everyone's always wanted to do.
Yeah, it's pretty badass behind the mic.
I
got to put myself in some cool spaces.
Nice. Now, Chris, Mecha Break offers fans more than just one game mode. You have 3v3 deathmatch, you've got 6v6 hero shooter, you've got an extraction shooter, and you've even talked about a future PvE mode, and it's all free. Why are you giving everything away for free?
首先来讲的话，我们觉得玩家来讲的话，其实我们想创造一个世界给玩家，所以说来讲，我们也不希望说给玩家来讲的话很多的一个进入成本。对，那对于来讲的话，在未来来讲的话，确实我们现在正在做一些关于驾驶员故事，像刚刚说的毛笋驾驶员菲尔的故事和很多其他将来我们要推出的驾驶员的故事，我们都会免费的给玩家。
Nice. Now, speaking of which, Ali, Leonie and her custom Falcon are a big centerpiece here at SDCC on the show floor. The Mecha Break. It's massive. What was that like? And were you expecting anything of this scale?
No, absolutely not. I mean, as you guys know, I've been a part of some big franchises here and some big presentations, but I was floored. No pun intended. When I got in on the floor, I had no idea that they were putting up such a big production, and it's gorgeous, and there's so much really cool merch, which I've asked for a lot of, by the way. The figures are incredible. There's so many things to look at, so many things to see, and what was really cool is they have so many people playing the game. Yeah, they have a whole bunch of consoles set up, and I just can't wait to get back in there, so come on.
No, it's a nice alternative to just people seeing stuff on a screen is seeing stuff in person and huge.
You get to have the experience.
Yeah. Now, Chris, speaking of seeing stuff on a screen, you've been hard at work on the game for many years. You're still hard at work on it.
Yeah.
But you've also made some allusions to taking things in new directions, maybe even doing a TV series. Can you tell us anything about that?
对，那应该是再过几天来讲的话，我们其实会发布对应来讲我们014就是新的驾驶员的短片。那其实未来来讲的话，除了短片之外来讲的话，我们也会给就是玩家喜欢的驾驶员来讲的话去做动画的一个长番。对，所以说我们正在努力中。
It's exciting. It's fun. It's also like, mecha franchises historically are, they're games, they're toys. Speaking of which, Ali mentioned this. There are some very cool striker figures on the show floor. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
当前来讲的话，可能我们现在只能给大家看到的，实际上是我们的白色的毛笋。但是我们在金色毛笋来讲的话，其实北美早就已经售罄了。对，未来来讲的话，其实除了 figure 这个品类之外来讲的话，其实我们还有很多的新的品类。那包括来讲的话，拼装模型也是我们计划中非常大的一个类别。所以说，很快来讲，可能在下一次的展会上来讲的话，我们就会带来更多的关于模型还有 figure 的产品。
No, it's part of it. It's all about fandom. Now, Ali, when you play a character like this, how do you get into character? Because I feel like if you're, near a big replica mech, if you're getting, up front with that kind of stuff, it's one thing. But how do you bring her to life?
How do you get into it?
Yeah.
That's a really good question. I think for any of them, I walk into the studio, into the booth, primarily we record alone, voice artists. I walk in and they give me a description. In this case, what was really cool is I got to see the graphics. I got to see the art in action. It looked so good. It got me so excited. And after I kind of get to see something like that, because a lot of the games that I've worked on, like Mass Effect, I didn't get to see really much of the art except some renderings before it began, whereas in Final Fantasy games, I got to see kind of finished product, and this was cool because I got to see it in process. I got to get excited about it, which even feeds the soul more as you're coming up with a character, and it's almost like we're in there in front of a green screen, and they talk us through. You know, their genius is fed into our brains, and hopefully we come up with a good product, but so far so good.
Nice. Well, like you said, you're getting in on the ground floor. Now, Chris, if you had one message for Mecha Break fans watching this stream, what would you like to say to them?
Mecha Break 上线是一个新的开始。那其实作为一个长线运营的游戏来讲的话，最重要的其实就是长线运营本身。所以说来讲的话，除了听取玩家意见之外来讲的话，我们也会考虑说带给玩家更多的惊喜的玩法。同时来讲的话呢，我们也会在 building 整个 universe 上面来讲的话，会有更多的一个周边。那像动画、像短番、小说、漫画这些，我们都是会做的。
Cool. Now, I imagine at Comic-Con, you're seeing a lot of people playing Mecha Break for the first time. A lot of people are discovering it. What kind of reactions have they had?
其实今天上午来讲的话，我们拦截采访了，就是做了一些玩家的一些访谈，其实挺有意思的。我觉得，因为我们展会人确实比较多，那很多时候来讲，他们需要排30分钟的队才能玩到我们的游戏。但我觉得来讲，玩完之后，他们的脸上都是很开心、很欢乐的。那也是我也能得到非常大的一个满足感。
Yeah, that's got to be a lot more fun than just, you know, reading comments online, which is good, but, you know, like getting FaceTime, that's huge. That's exciting. Now, final question, is there anything you can tell us, more than you already have, but what is coming to Mecha Break in the future?
OK。 那新的赛季来讲的话，我们会有几个新的玩法。首先来讲的话，一个是关于 PVE 上面，我们会带来一些故事模式。那另外来讲的话呢，就是大战场的24对24的大战场模式。那另外来讲的话，我们也会去尝试做一些新的挑战关。然后在活动上面来讲的话，我们也会有更多的内容。
You've been keeping busy, I think. There's a lot going on there. Very cool. Well, I'm excited to see what is coming to the future of Mecha Break. Thank you both so much for joining us here at Comic-Con. I hope you're having a good time out there. You can play Mecha Break for free right now on Xbox Series X and S and on Steam, and you can look forward to getting your eyes on an anime series soon, and you can get your hands on a very own Striker replica in the near future, if you can find one that isn't sold out. But in the meantime, we've got more IGN at San Diego Comic-Con coming up. We got to take a quick Mecha Break.
Hey, it's Brian and Max here at San Diego Comic-Con, where we just got out of the Hall H panel for the once canceled, now actually coming out to theaters, Coyote versus Acme movie. I'm so happy. I was just beaming with joy for that entire hour.
I might have teared up a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you're unfamiliar, this is a movie based on a 1990 New Yorker article about Wile E. Coyote suing the Acme Corporation for its many defective products that have caused him to explode and fall off cliffs over the years. It got announced as a movie by Warner Brothers back in 2018. And then in 2023, it was announced that Warner Brothers was going to shelve it as a tax write-off for $30 million. And then there's this whole thing where they decided they would put it on the market, but they wanted like $100 million for it. Long story short, it is actually coming out. We have a release date. It is coming out August 28th, 2026. It's being distributed by the same company that put out The Day the Earth Blew Up. And we got to basically see a bunch of clips from the film. And yeah, I'm really glad we're going to get to actually see this movie. It looks incredible.
Yeah, so the panel was moderated by Paul Scheer, and he brought out Will Forte, who is the lawyer in the movie. Very sort of like cumbersome, clumsy dude who is not really good at being in court. And he's representing an animated Wile E. Coyote. So think, you know, basically a mix of humans and cartoons in the same way Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something like that, Space Jam in that light. So this movie is going to feature 10 different Looney Tunes characters plus a ton of cameos.
It's going to feature a lot of Looney Tunes characters. Yeah. But they had Eric Bauza, who voices basically the principal Looney Tunes cast. I think he said he's playing 9 characters. There's going to be a lot of Looney Tunes characters in there, and he's voicing a good chunk of them. Bugs Bunny's going to be in it. Kind of not really that surprising, but again, maybe minor spoilers here. Bugs Bunny plays a sort of deep throat style informant. We saw a clip in the film where Will Forte is in his hotel room and he gets this, you know, suspicious call. Hey, what's up, Doc? You know, and it's, you know, didn't reveal a whole lot about the plot. But yeah, the thing that was really fun was a courtroom scene, which features Luis Guzman as the judge, and he opens up this case that has a real regular gavel and then a cartoon gavel, and he's sort of looking at the defendant. He's like, okay, he's a cartoon, and he picks up the cartoon gavel, he bangs it on the thing, and it goes squeak squeak. We get a look at the jury. and it's got you know, a bunch of human beings, and then like a sheep that's a cartoon, and then Prissy the hen, that one that's always crushing on Foghorn Leghorn. She's in there,
and the legal representation for the Acme Corporation is John Cena, which is fantastic.
So he's the lawyer. He's like the big, you know, he's the Chad lawyer. Like he's the, you know, he's got the chiseled jaw. He comes up and he gives this amazing, like, impassioned speech, and he pours a glass of water gracefully and goes, and it's all just like, you know, just shot really dramatically and epically. And he gives this big, like, heroic, you know, testimony to the jury. And he's like, yeah, it's freedom's what's being American all about. And, you know, clearly this Coyote was really just endangering himself, which is his right, you know. And then Will Forte gets up and basically spills water all over the table, and Wile E. Coyote's like falling over backwards, like just embarrassed, and you know, Will Forte is just a complete wreck. And then he tries to demonstrate that, yeah, no, the Acme Corporation has defective products. Wile E. Coyote hands him a jet-powered roller skate. And he's like, as you can see, the ignition switch on this doesn't work at all. And he flicks it on, and he's just holding it. So anyway, and then it just lights up and starts shooting all over the room, and it runs into Wile E. Coyote, who catches on fire, and he starts running around, hits the judge in the head, and then it cuts to like a news story about the first day of court proceedings, and it's showing a bunch of police sketches, or
courtroom sketches,
courtroom drawings of the things that are happening, and it's just, I mean, it's funny seeing human beings in cartoons interacting. It is even funnier seeing like bad courtroom sketch caricatures of those things happening.
It's awesome. It's awesome.
This is going to be a really funny movie. We got a glimpse of the trailer too, which I don't know. I was sort of almost worried that this is going to be like small scale.
Yeah.
They kind of name checked the Tom and Jerry movie that came out a while back, which I think some of the same people worked on it, which had that blend of animation and live action.
Yep.
That I feel like had too much people time, too much human time in it. You know.
Definitely too much. And this, what was really cool about this trailer is we got to see Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote doing the thing they always do, right? You know, Roadrunner's kind of just running away or laughing or kind of just being cocky, just existing.
I'm actually unclear what Roadrunner's role in this really. He's definitely in it.
Yeah.
But like they kind of didn't focus on him. This is mostly about, as the title suggests, Wile E. Coyote and the Acme Corporation.
But you do get to see them interact like you would in a cartoon, but it's in live action, real life deserts shot in Albuquerque, which was fascinating. The panel opened up with the Nine Inch Nails Johnny Cash cover of Hurt and a montage of just classic moments of Wile E. Coyote getting hurt in movies. And then he sees Will Forte on TV being like, have you been injured by the Acme Corporation? You know, call this number.
Have you ever covered a road with dynamite, and when you try to hit the ignition blows up? Give me a call.
Have you ever opened a parachute and nothing but silverware falls out? It was genuinely very funny.
And the panel itself was just wonderfully meta, because they started talking about this stuff in the beginning, and then PJ Byrne, who's an actor who plays he plays an Acme rep who's there in the courtroom. He shows up like in Hall H with a stack of papers. He says, you have to stop this panel right now. I'm here from the Acme Corporation. And that's the thing, is that the Acme Corporation in this context really works in a fascinatingly meta way, because the whole movie is kind of lampooning big evil corporations. They're kind of the bad guy. And I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but WB is kind of the evil corporation here.
Yeah.
You know, they were trying to write this entire movie that people had spent, you know, thousands and thousands of hours making, and just be like, oh yeah, it's a tax write-off. And luckily, everyone kind of came together and got really pissed off at them, and they backed down, and now the movie is actually coming out. But yeah, there was a lot of very much kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, the Acme Corporation really tried to put a stop to this movie. They didn't want us to show people how much the Acme products could hurt people.
They very specifically did not mention Warner Brothers by name as like an evil corporation that stopped this movie from coming out, or tried to. Instead, they just repeatedly said the Acme Corporation didn't want you to see this movie. But now a distributor named Ketchup had got rights to it. This will get a worldwide global release. They repeatedly made the joke about how you could go to a theater in Singapore on the same day as any other time, any otherwhere on the planet, and watch this movie. They said it's going to be big in Singapore. So if you live in Singapore, make this movie big.
I want this movie to blow up. I want this movie to be a huge hit. You know, obviously, what I want doesn't necessarily materialize box office results in the real world, but like, I don't know. This just is already a really cool underdog story. There was kind of like a palpable energy in the room of just people who were just stoked that they're getting to see anything from this, and then it's showing signs of life, because, I don't know, there have been, you know, WB canceled a bunch of stuff. They like canned a bunch of things. That's been kind of the running theme with just across media in general, is things getting, you know, cut down and shut down and shoved away. But hearing that this was basically finished, and then it was just, no, you can't see it. So
yeah, since the sort of streaming era has begun, we've seen a lot of like finished, completed products just get stripped off of streaming services. We saw the show Willow come to Disney Plus. Everyone worked on that for like years, and they just deleted it one day. So this happens now. So if you're a fan of things actually making it to the finish line and coming to life after almost being canceled and cut off for tax purposes. Buy tickets for this movie when you can and go see it. Go support movies like this because it's awesome. Also, it's really good looking. Like,
it's
everything
gorgeous.
we saw, the color grading is gorgeous. The cinematography is amazing. The scene that Max talked about like, you know, Luis Guzman pulling up a gavel, it reminded me so much of, like, you know, when they pull out the pistol in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
It is extremely Roger Rabbit,
Yeah.
but it also has a lot of modern sensibilities. Like, I would say it's probably going to look a little bit more like the recent Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie.
Yeah.
But it also just seems to be more kind of theatrical, more action-packed than that. Dave Green, who's directing it, he also did the second Ninja Turtles movie, Out of the Shadows, which we both love.
Yeah.
I feel like not enough people saw that. But yeah, he's got a little bit of experience having animal people getting hurt in a live-action space. So I'm excited to see how they handle that. And they talked a little bit about the challenges of having, you know, a principal character who doesn't talk at all being somebody that they have to engage with on set. And the one way they worked around that is they did rehearsals with a Wile E. Coyote puppet. And they got those down, and then they just shot the scene with, you know, a tennis ball and a stick for the animators to go in.
It was a famous
And
puppeteer who's been working on all, like, stuff for decades now. And
yeah, like Dark Crystal, like a bunch of Jim Henson background stuff. But it's I mean, at some point we'll get behind the scenes stuff here, but it seems like it's a really fascinating intersection of basically every type of filmmaking, where you've got live action, you've got puppeteering, you've got traditional animation where they're getting 2D artists that are working on the Looney Tunes show. They're doing sketches, and then the 3D artists are going in and using those sketches as basically an animatic to put it into the live action space. And it's just, and then we got to see basically a live theatrical tangential production based around it. So it's just kind of, I don't know, fascinating multimedia product. And
it's awesome. They talked a bit about the rules of Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, which I wasn't fully aware of, but they are pretty much following to a T for this movie. And some of those rules are that Wile E. Coyote can only be more humiliated than hurt. The Roadrunner cannot hurt Wile E. Coyote. The Roadrunner has to stay on the road. And if the Roadrunner, or if Wile E. Coyote gets hurt, it has to be by sort of nature or an Acme product. And that Wile E. Coyote can't talk. And so in this movie, you'll see him hold up signs and stuff like that, and they had a character.
I think they said no dialogue.
No dialogue,
but, like,
yeah.
he does occasionally talk. You know, he says, like, my name is Mud or whatever,
Yeah.
or super genius. But yeah, the gag with the signs is going to be used a whole lot. Actually, on the stage, they did have somebody in a Wile E. Coyote costume come out. I feel like maybe they wanted to get John Cena there, but he was busy with other stuff because he's also doing Peacemaker and whatnot. But they brought out Wile E. Coyote instead, and they asked Wile E. Coyote a few questions, and he held up signs saying yes and no, and they were like, something you're excited about, blah, blah, blah. And then he holds up another sign that says, only so many signs, or something, limited number of signs, which is, like, very cute. John Cena could have been there. You know, he's notoriously hard to see,
Yeah,
so
we couldn't see
who's
him
to
if he
say?
was.
But I'm really excited to see just his side of the performance. We got a tiny glimpse of that in the scene they showed, and I think it's going to be a really good time.
Yeah, this movie is going to be awesome. I'm so happy it's finally coming out. So yeah, Coyote versus Acme, August 28th, 2026, finally getting a release date. Hopefully you all get to see the trailers and the clips soon. They said that they were exclusive to the panel for now, but hey, you know how these things go. So for all things Coyote and Acme and Roadrunner and everyone else, keep it locked to IGN.
That's all, folks.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
No, I'm not.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. With so much violence in the world, it's nice to have a hero who's committed to peace. It's just a shame he has to kill so many people to get it. Here to give us a taste of what's in store for Season 2 of Peacemaker, please give it up for writer-showrunner James Gunn and the stars Frank Grillo, Tim Meadows, and Sol Rodriguez!
Yes! I say yes.
This is a great group to be with.
Yes.
Like, this is our, and we haven't done anything together.
No, we
So
haven't.
we made this show together, right? We had this is my favorite thing of all time is Peacemaker, right? Everybody knows it. I love it the best.
A lot of fun.
And these guys, we worked together all season. They're all new cast members, and we just had this great time. And we haven't done any sort of, well,
No
we
promo.
haven't done anything. You and I have done stuff together for Creature Commandos,
right, but not for
But
this.
we've never done anything for this. So this is the beginning. This is this is the hymen of the Peacemaker show.
Thank you. I love it. What James, I'm going to start with you. You revealed at your panel that Peacemaker Season 2 takes place about a month after the events of Superman.
It does, yeah.
Can you talk about how the events of the movie changed Peacemaker's opinion of Superman and what Chris's place will be in the new DCU?
Well, that's a lot of spoilers, but I mean, I think that probably, I actually think that Peacemaker probably admires Superman a little bit more than he did. You know, we see him in the movie, and he's talking crap about Superman, and I think he probably admires him a little bit more than he did beforehand. But also, he really wants to get in with the Justice Gang. Yeah. So he's not going to say any more mean things about Superman, knowing they're his pals.
Right, yeah, I'm imagining, like, would he double down or would he walk it back? I mean, you know.
Oh, he'd walk it back. He's got no backbone with stuff like that.
I love that. Frank, we've seen you in Creature Commandos, Rick Flag Sr. We know you're...
Why is your hair not white?
What?
Continuity error. He dyed it. It's fine. He's young again.
That's canon.
Yes.
Rick Flag Sr. dyes his hair.
That's canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
He is a vain son of a gun.
He is. I'm not.
No, not at all. You're incredibly
Is that a mirror?
humble. You're known for your humility.
Jesus.
Famously, Frank, I need to know, after the events of Superman, you're close with metahumans. You led a whole team in Creature Commandos. You saved the world. Do you think after Superman, has that affected Rick Flag Sr.'s feelings for metahumans as we enter Peacemaker Season 2?
You know, I think Rick Flag, as I know him, is so hell-bent on his internal mission and what's going on as it related to his son that I don't really, I think he's kind of clouded. But yeah, I think he understands what they are and what he needs from them as it relates to what he needs to do for himself. If I'm trying not to say anything by saying something.
Right, no, for sure.
It's like talking to my therapist.
Yeah.
But you hate Peacemaker.
I hate Peacemaker.
Because he killed your son.
Right, I can say that, right? I despise
you can say that,
Peacemaker. I want to see him dead.
Right, yeah.
Is he here?
He might be in the room.
Yes,
he might be.
Back there.
Well, yeah. Tim.
Yo.
You are so funny. You are so good. You're so talented.
Wow.
I love
Nobody
you.
else got that.
Yeah. I didn't feel the same
I just
for them.
want you passed those guys. You didn't say that.
Yeah.
They said about you.
He's intimidated by
He knows what he loves.
He said, Grillo, you're so vain.
Yeah. You probably think the song's about you. Nobody knows that except
I do know the song.
No, yeah, we all know it. Yeah, right, yeah. Okay, Tim, your character Langston, you're kind of like sort of the new. You're taking place of Peacemaker's role as like the new kind of a-hole sort of team leader.
Thanks.
I mean,
we just got balance.
Yeah. You know, Langston has no care for being politically correct, right? Was there ever a line you had to deliver that made you kind of look at James and go, really?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them actually. The whole monologue about the strip club.
Oh yeah, that happens in
Yes.
way later in the season.
Yeah, that was one where I was like, I can't believe I'm saying this.
It goes on forever.
It goes on forever, and I love doing it, and it was really fun. It's so meaty when you get to do something like that. Like I really, because everyone will attest that I'm not an asshole. I'm not like that character at all. I'm a really sweet, wonderful guy. Of course. I adopted a cat. I don't know if you know that or not.
Your Instagram is full of that cat.
Yes, I'm a cat dude now.
And I have other questions now.
He's so cute.
But yeah,
happy Catter Day.
I mean, it's kind of fun to play that kind of dude. And I think the titties. Sorry, can I say that?
No. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
That's the name of one of the characters.
Well,
that's what he named her.
Yes. That one was one we laughed a lot.
So much.
And so those were.
He names the character that, and now even before, like already, people are calling her that online. And I said it to her, Anissa, who's a really fine actress, and I said, Anissa, you know, people are going to be coming up to you and Bob Evans and calling you titties.
Oh my God!
And she's like, I love it, bring it on.
Yeah, I love that someone is just writing that as DCU canon, like titties is in Peacemaker season 2. Do you think Langston is a good boss? Is he a good director to report to?
I think he would be. Yes, I think he's. I think he is sort of in the middle. You know, I work under these two on the show, so I think he's probably. I would imagine he would want something like that. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You're so good. I love you, Tim.
Thank you so much. Again, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
Wait, he hasn't.
I didn't have time. I didn't have time.
Let's see what happens. Okay.
Soul, you are wonderful, beautiful, talented. I'm so excited. We haven't met your character Sasha yet, but in the comics, she protects a certain billionaire with a secret affinity for bats. Ding! Is that something we can expect to see in Peacemaker, or are we joining her at a different time in her journey?
I think Sasha's essence is still there from the comics, but she's bringing new vibes, new mission, and she's a badass, But no, she has nothing to do with that.
Okay, so she has no idea.
Yet.
Oh!
Okay, so Soul does know who's playing Batman in the DCU. Great, that's all I needed. James?
I don't know who's playing Batman.
I do.
But
is it you?
I'm Italian and I'm too old.
What is it? No Italian? We can't have an Italian.
Batman is Italian?
Yeah.
Come on.
Again, someone's adding that on the wiki. I have to ask for all you guys, did the cast from season 1 have any advice for working on Peacemaker as the new kids on the block?
They were jerks.
They didn't talk to us.
Oh, no.
Not
even Steve?
Yeah, Cena, jealous.
Steve is the worst, actually.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, he just they weren't nice to us. But the new kids, you know, they don't want to see us take over their glory.
Yeah.
So anyway,
they call Frank Titties.
Really?
That's his name on set.
Is it, Frank? Is it crazy that you're obviously you're leading this team of mutants and creature commandos, and then you're fighting for good in Superman, and then you're kind of like the enemy? Like, does Peacemaker know what he's going up against?
But am I the enemy?
To Peacemaker.
To Peacemaker.
To Peacemaker.
To me, he's the enemy. He's bad.
Right.
I don't see him as great. I just don't. I see him as a flawed. I think he's a problem.
Right.
Child.
But it's like, but you're good, and then but we're following Peacemaker as sort of the hero.
Yeah.
So you're kind of the antagonist.
I think
I think I'm the hero. I always see it as it's my ideology is the right one.
Did you think you were the hero in Wolf Warrior 2?
I am the hero in Wolf Warrior 2. I'm big in China.
I know you are. I know they all told me.
Big in China, huge.
The thing in the DC, one of the things that I wanted to bring is that this isn't a world of just heroes and villains. There are people that see themselves as heroes, and maybe a few see themselves as villains, but there's shades of gray. Like they're, Peacemaker, Superman's about as good as you get. Lex is pretty bad, but there's all sorts of shades of gray in between, and that's everybody that's in this show, from Peacemaker himself to Rick Flag to these guys. They aren't perfectly good or perfectly bad. They are shades of gray.
Yeah, no.
Which makes them very interesting.
Right. Yeah. No, I told you guys before, but like Peacemaker is like my favorite show. It's so good. I'm so happy to talk to you guys. I have to ask you really quick, James. Like, Superman obviously is so, the theme is so important in kindness and punk rock, and it's just such an inspiring, good story about humanity. Is there like a specific theme that you had in mind for Peacemaker Season 2?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, I think the theme of Peacemaker 2, if anything, is about redemption. I mean, this is a character who knows he did wrong in the past. He has changed dramatically from Season 1. The one thing I didn't want to do is have Peacemaker act exactly like he did at the beginning of Season 1. We saw dramatic things happen to him in the way he's connected with other people in Season 1, and he has changed because of that. His friendship with, Leota Adebayo has changed him completely. And now this is a new Peacemaker who is struggling to try to be the best person he can be, often failing, but really trying his best to do that. And then all of a sudden, his past won't let him go, whether it's his relationship with his father, who's now gone, or his relationship with Rick Flag Jr.'s dad.
Yeah.
So it's really about that struggle, about looking for redemption, and also looking for love. I mean, there is a love story at this. If the first season was about the relationship between Adebayo and Peacemaker, this in a lot of ways is about Peacemaker and Harcourt in their relationship. So, God, there's so many cool, fun twists.
I know. I have a million questions for you guys. I have one last question that I have time for. James, you sent fans in a frenzy by releasing the mural from the Hall of Justice in Superman. If you could give fans one hint about any kind of other secrets they can unlock from it, what would that be?
Listen, fans have done a pretty good job. I think they've found all of the different characters, but yeah, I will just say that in one of our scripts we're working on, two of those characters are kind of important. So.
Okay, which are?
Not going to tell you.
I had to try.
Why are you so pushy?
Yeah, good for you.
I was.
He always pushes his luck, doesn't he? Always. He gets. We give him grace.
I know.
And then he's like, I want more.
In his defense, if he doesn't push, he doesn't know where the line is.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Good for you. You ever ask again, you're dead. I'm just going to say.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to throw away all my Batman questions. Okay. Thank you all so much. Peacemaker premieres August 21st on HBO Max, but if that's too long of a wait, stick around because John Cena and more of the cast are joining us shortly. IGN at San Diego Comic-Con continues after this quick break! Peacemaker Season 2!
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switch to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
This is IGN here at San Diego Comic-Con 2025, and you know who else is at Comic-Con? The stars of Peacemaker. Give it up for John Cena, Jennifer Holland, Steve Agee, and Freddie Stroma!
Freddie! Whoa! Who's that? What's up?
Oh my God.
I said John Cena, but I guess it's Christopher Smith, Peacemaker.
Well, I mean, it's Comic-Con. In the spirit of Comic-Con, we got some Peacemaker lookalikes going on out there. We have a lookalike activation later on today. I think I'm going to stop by that just to make sure the costumes are authentic.
Right.
So, might as well get in the spirit, right?
I love it. John, we learned during the panel that Peacemaker Season 2 takes place about a month after the events of Superman. And in the movie, we saw he's not the biggest fan. Has he rethought that sentiment after the events of the movie, or does he double down on his thoughts on Superman?
Well, that's one of those you'll have to wait and see in the show to find out. But I'm very grateful that I was able to sneak into the Peacemaker prequel that they call Superman. Thank you very much for that. Nice. And express my opinion on Superman.
Okay, great. Because, in the trailer, obviously, we see you're sort of trying to, audition for the Justice Gang. And
Yeah.
We want to be able to see if you get in or not.
Yeah, I think do we spoil that by saying that, probably, I don't know, yes, no? Can I get a yes or no from the peanut gallery? Do we spoil that? It may or may not. There is a world back there. You guys don't see it. It is sold out. We have 200 people. Yes.
Back there.
Yes. So, yes, I think
this is the Peace Fist.
I think it goes from being very high on my priority list to very low on my priority list, just ahead of eating spaghetti for dinner.
I love that.
Boom.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
Jennifer, I need to know, is Harcourt and Economos, are they still being punished by disobeying Waller at the end of season 1 when we catch up with them in season 2? I mean, a lot happened in that finale, and I'm wondering, where do we find them at the beginning of season 2?
Well, that's a great question. I don't think that Economos is really being punished anymore. I think Economos has sort of skirted under the radar of all of that. Like he excels at that, at sort of scamming and skirting under the radar.
I'm a valuable asset to Argus.
But Harcourt...
I'm the only one that can type.
Harcourt is definitely... She is in a bad way. She has completely lost her job. I believe on her way out, Amanda Waller made sure that Harcourt was not, she's blacklisted, basically. Right. So, Harcourt's not able to work. She's having a really rough time. And, she's a little bummed out with Adebayo for putting her in this position, but at the same time, I think she forgives her. So.
Right. The text group for the 11th Street Kids has got to be interesting at the beginning of this. I mean...
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It has been lately. Yeah, right. It's good. Yeah. It's good.
Man, yeah. I assume you guys have
real thing, by the way. Real thing. Totally real thing.
Yes. You guys have it.
Yeah. That we have as
right.
Yes, that's
and
right.
who's sending the most merman emojis? Is that still you?
No, that's me.
I think it's John. Yeah.
It's me. It's all inclusive.
Yeah.
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 It's for everything.
Everything.
It's beautiful.
Glad you remember that. Good score.
Oh my God.
Right on. Here it is. Right
I gotta send that to my mom. Freddie.
Yeah.
You're amazing. Vigilante, you know, he idolizes Peacemaker. You know, you were an outsider brought in. You're obviously a big part of the team. How does your character change with Chris being kind of less of a jerk this season, and how does that affect Vigilante?
Who's less of a jerk?
Yeah, who said what?
Oh yeah, Freddie wrote that question.
Oh, cool. Right on.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
I think he's always there to. I think if wherever Chris is at on the moral spectrum, I'm always kind of trying to pull him in one direction. But yeah, he's just, you know, being a busboy, eating spaghetti and living life, you know. But that's.
Freddie's British, by the way, in case nobody knew that.
Still blows my mind. Yeah. Still.
But he's always got the love for Peacemaker, so there's not much he could say wrong.
I do love that, like, everyone's having trouble finding new work, but you're still at Fennel Fields just as a busboy.
Yeah. It's a good job.
It's good
Pays the
work.
rent.
People got to eat.
Yeah. I don't think that Vigilante needs a whole lot because he just needs to murder some people, and then as long as he has enough money to, like, I don't know, buy whatever toys.
Ammunition.
Ammunition. He lives with his mom, so, you know.
That's how it is.
You're talking about Vigilante, right? Not Freddie?
No, I was talking about Freddie. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I live by myself.
What a group we are. My goodness.
John, the
Let's talk. We have 6:55, 6:54. Time is of the essence. Let's talk about something.
Now we have to put the countdown in the main.
Yeah, that's all we got.
When it finishes.
We have to get out of here before it happens.
This is Y2K bug.
John, we know a huge theme of this season of Peacemaker is having to choose between two worlds. How is that going to challenge Peacemaker?
Choice challenges us all, right? You know, every day we're faced with choices. And this is what I love about the storytelling of James Gunn. You can have something as ridiculous as this, but put it in a situation where we can all understand. I think each day we're faced with choices, and, you know, the perception that maybe the grass is always greener is always there in every human mind. And again, here I'm sitting here in a chrome helmet trying to talk philosophy, but that's indeed what I love about the storytelling of James Gunn. He takes these crazy, larger-than-life personalities and somehow finds a way to tell stories that we can all relate to and understand.
Right, it's beautiful. The things that the range.
I mean, this just got close.
Right. Yeah. My glasses are fogging up.
Yeah, man. I don't feel. I feel okay. I feel all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great. Steve, you are a badass.
Thank you.
Just, not even in the show, just in general.
Thank you.
Can we?
Agreed.
Thanks, John.
Yeah. Second that.
Yeah, no question there. Just you're
just a
badass.
That's a good
I know
statement.
him a lot better than you do.
Yeah.
So.
True.
Steve,
He has a badass.
Ow.
It's just paper cut. In season 1 of Peacemaker, I mean, you saw a gorilla in half with a chainsaw.
That's right.
Can we expect? Can we expect any kind of crazy economos scenes in this season?
I saw 2 gorillas in season 2.
Oh my God.
Driving a monster truck.
Yeah, there's some insanity in season 2. I don't think I kill any animals in this season, though.
Okay, that's
Good.
good.
That's good.
That's
I go house on a bowl of spaghetti, though.
Thanks for saying
You do.
that, so.
Yeah.
Doubling down on the pasta. All right. Okay.
These are butterflies, so it didn't count.
Yeah.
That's fine. Jennifer, you, I think, probably have my. I mentioned that I'm really excited to see your character progression because you're very closed off, and then you learn to open up, but then you have a lot of things to deal with, and then you basically are the leader of the 11th Street Kids at the finale of season 1. I'm wondering, like, what's it like to be able to sort of deal with that very emotional process of trying to navigate, like, life beyond Task Force X. I blanked for a second.
That's cool. You got it. You recovered, man. You landed the plane.
Also, what you'll learn is that Task Force X.
It's tough
I can't
to
even
say.
do it. It's one of the hardest
very
things
tough.
to
Okay,
say.
yeah.
It's a really hard thing to say.
James is notorious for difficult names.
That's right. He likes to.
Yes.
He throws that stuff in there on purpose because he likes to make fun of you when you can't get it out. So, yeah, I think that it was really a great experience for me preparing and getting to portray what's happening for Harcourt from season 1 to season 2. You see her in season 1 as a very put together, tactical sort of badass. She's, in some ways, I feel like in season 1, sort of the voice of the audience in certain ways. Like you kind of, if you aren't into like the craziness, you find your way in by seeing it through Harcourt's eyes. And so it's really interesting in season 2 when all of that sort of caves in, and you find out that's kind of a facade, and it's broken down in a way, I think, through all of the vulnerability that she feels from almost dying at the end of season 1. And I view it as sort of her, she gets more fit, she gets more fierce. She doesn't want to ever get herself into the position again where she almost died, and so she kind of goes even further, and in certain ways emotionally regresses, and so that's what we're dealing with in season 2.
That's very thoughtful answer. Like, again, my glasses are fogging up and I have a helmet. I have a question for all of you. We're in season 2. Was working with James on season 2 any different with him planning an entire cinematic universe in the background? I mean, it's obviously, he's got to direct less episodes now, but he's still writing all of it. How crazy is that to kind of like be in this kind of like, we're officially canon, this is the future of the DCU? Is it different at all in season 2? Do you feel that?
Start with Freddie and just work our way on down.
I don't think I'd feel any different. It's, you're there to do the job, and it is what it is.
Do you feel anything?
I feel nothing. I am a robot.
That's why I wanted to start with him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, James was just distant all the time. He kept calling me Gigante or something instead of Vigilante. No, it was yeah, it's
I'm sure it was very different for James. For us,
yeah,
I mean,
for us, it's, yeah.
Still, you get scripts, you learn your lines, you try to learn your lines, and you show up and try to say them and make James proud.
Try to say it.
But yeah, I'm sure it was much different for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how, it didn't feel any different while we were filming it. It just felt like going home in some ways. Like, I love this cast so much.
This is our team.
We're so lucky to have all these amazing people that we get to work with over and over again. We really do love each other, right?
Yeah.
Except for me. I think maybe that I'm learning right now that they don't agree with what I'm saying, so this is very awkward.
Do we know? What? No, you're in. Yeah, this is totally cool.
It's such a great group of people. So we had a great time. It didn't feel any different.
No, it felt great.
But now we're much cooler than we were.
Right.
Because we're official.
I think the winner here is the audience. And when you get a standalone project that resonates is one thing. But when you get the first chapter or the first installment and you know that it's part of something greater and it resonates, that's special. Yeah. And with James to put forth such a strong card on Superman and have the world re-energized and re-excited about not just the Superman IP, but the whole universe. Yeah. Knowing that, gosh, we get to follow that. They laid a nice foundation for us. We get to follow it. I think that's great. And I think the real winners here are the folks walking around these halls and the people that care about the work we do, because now it is all integrated and you'll find less just standalone episodes and projects that we can all get together and be entertained by. And as the 10-second thing counts down,
were trying to run me off
that's
the
my
clock.
time, folks.
I was watching that so
August 21st, HBO Max, Peacemaker Season 2, watch it, make sure to watch it. What?
Cut the red wire quick.
I legally have to ask you.
Oh, you're going overtime?
I have to.
How are we going to afford that?
No. I will send you cash.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool.
Really quickly.
You do Venmo?
Yes, of
Right
course.
on. Excellent.
I have a QR
We'll
code.
square it away.
Okay, perfect.
Send it to my OnlyFans.
I will. I am subscribed. Today at Comic-Con, we finally got an official release date for Coyote versus Acme.
Yeah.
You're in the movie. What is your? Who was your favorite Looney Tunes?
No, we're out of time. Oh, I can't. What are you talking about?
There we go.
Answer.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Roadrunner.
That was, yes, he was acting it out. Thank you all so much. You can catch new episodes of Peacemaker starting August 21st on HBO Max, which John just said. But right now, there's plenty more Comic-Con still to come right here on IGN. Stick around because we'll be right back after this. Peacemaker, John is somewhere.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. In just a bit, we're beaming up with the cast of Star Trek Strange New Worlds to see what they're up to this season. After that, we're hitting the ground running and checking out the new first-person shooter, Killing Floor 3.
But right now, the hit animated film The Bad Guys ended with a group of criminal animals turning over a new leaf and attempting a life of good. But how long can they possibly keep that up? We're sitting down with the cast of the upcoming film, The Bad Guys 2, to find out. Take a look.
What's up, everybody? I'm Allison Tabitha. I'm a cosplayer and content creator. And if you missed my last video, I showed you what it takes to build your own Zelda cosplay from conception to completion. And if you want to learn how to build a cosplay of your very own, or if you're just curious how I made this, then go check that out. But enough talking, let's go inside. Presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you. Nothing's worse than dashing around the convention floor, scrambling for what you need, and missing out on all the fun. So take your time. Here's what you need to pack and know before you go, so that you can enjoy your time on the convention floor. Here's what I like to bring with me in case of a cosplay emergency. A hot glue gun and some extra glue sticks, some super glue, a needle and thread, some zip ties, they really help in a pinch, and some safety pins. For this costume, I brought more specific supplies. I brought some extra gems and clips in case they fall off and some pliers to attach them. And since my armor's gold, if it chips, it's nice to have a gold paint pen with me to touch it up. Setting out everything beforehand is the perfect way to get a leg up on the day. Now you won't need to burst out into a frenzy if something breaks or falls apart. I know it could be really nerve-wracking going to convention for your first time in cosplay. So one tip I have is to bring a friend with you. It really helps with the nerves. One of my favorite things about cosplay is how easy it is to connect with other cosplayers and make friends. I've met some of my closest friends through this hobby. Oh, look who it is. Oh my God. So I'm out here giving tips for people who cosplay for their first time. Do you have any tips?
Okay, yes. You're here, it's hot. Make sure to stay hydrated. If you're wearing a wig, especially, you're gonna get dehydrated faster than you think you are.
Yeah.
Wear comfortable shoes if you can.
Yeah.
No one's looking at your feet.
Do you have any tips for first-time cosplayers?
The most important thing is pick a costume that you love, that you can get into, that you can role play in, because yeah, you gotta be comfortable in that all day long.
And it makes it more fun.
Absolutely, it makes it more fun. And if you build your own costume, it makes it more personal. You can tweak it, you can, mash it up and do all kinds of cool stuff.
I love that. Do you have any tips for new cosplayers?
Start early. It's going to take more time than you think.
Also, if you're doing costumes of your own, learn to sew for sure.
Do you have any tips for first-time cosplayers?
I would say don't stress too hard on making the perfect cosplay. We all start from somewhere, and then plan ahead. I purposely chose this costume because it wasn't too heavy on like long sleeve kind of things.
Comfortable. That's
and,
a good tip.
And it's summer too, so it's hot. But like, and if you're going to convention, say somewhere like outdoors, maybe where it's like it's in the winter, maybe pick something with heavier clothes.
Yeah. Oh my
that
gosh.
too.
Adapt to the weather. Another tip I have is don't exhaust yourself. Take a break, and it's a perfect chance to do any touch-ups. One tip I have for taking photos is to move around and add movement to your poses. It really helps to swing and sway the elements of your cosplay to get the perfect shot. Well, there you have it, folks. That's everything you need to know to have the best cosplay experience at Comic-Con or any convention you go to. Remember, not to rush when you're here. Take your time driving and give yourself the chance to fully explore and immerse yourself in everything you see. And if you haven't watched it yet, make sure you go check out my last video where I show you how I made my Zelda cosplay. What's something you're excited to do as a cosplayer at a convention? Let me know in the comments below. And for more Comic-Con coverage, keep it locked on IGN.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you right back in. Here to tell us about getting the gang back together for just one more job, please welcome the cast of The Bad Guys 2, Sam Rockwell, Craig Robinson, Aquafina, Mark Maron, Maria Bakalova, Anthony Ramos, and Natasha Leone. What a cast!
Wow.
There's 200,000 people behind these cameras.
Right.
Wow. Okay. I love all of you guys. The first movie is one of my favorites. It's so good. The animation, it's just, it's incredible, and I can't wait to see you guys in the sequel. In this one, sequel. Yeah, it's probably not canon to say that.
No, it's all good.
So in this movie, you have two rival crews. You have the bad guys and the bad girls, which Maria's character is a part of the bad girls.
And Natasha's. And Danielle.
And, oh, right, Danielle's not even, she's already doing crimes right now, Danielle Brooks.
Definitely not.
Maria and Natasha. Sam, I'm gonna start with you since you're sort of the leader, Mr. Wolf himself. What's got the guys working for the girls?
Well, you know, they're younger and they know what's happening, and we're kind of past it. We're kind of past it. We're trying to go straight, and you know, it's not working. We're trying to get a real job. Yeah.
It's Aquafina.
Oh, no, we are. I second.
Is that true? Okay.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
no, I second that. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
It's very relatable, though, to kind of see you guys trying to, like, find jobs, because, like, I feel like that's, like, a real scary thing that we all do. There's nothing scarier than unemployment.
Right.
I could
Why
argue.
we got to bring it there, huh? Yeah.
Unemployment's relaxing.
Is it?
Sometimes. Well, maybe just having nothing to do. Maybe unemployment's not a great way
I've
to say it.
spoken like a rich guy, Marin.
If you're rich.
Oh, yeah, I'm rich.
Very relaxing.
I love that. I would love to know, though, you know, I'm excited to see the movie, but I want to know for you guys in real life, how do you think you'd fare actually planning a heist in real life? Like, who would be, I mean, you're the mastermind in the movie. Do you think you could lead a heist?
Hell, no. I don't think so.
Yeah. I follow you anywhere, Sam. Yeah, same. Yeah.
Thanks.
All
Thanks,
of us.
guys. I appreciate that. That's really nice.
I broke into a junior high school one time. What? There he is.
You what?
You broke into a junior high school.
100%.
When it was closed.
I was lying.
When it was closed.
It was close.
I
No, it wasn't closed, but it was
What?
like...
Actually, I
no one
broke
was
into
in
a
it.
zoo when it was closed.
Did you see what I'm saying? Come on, stop playing with it. Somebody acting like they're innocent.
I stole a watermelon recently.
Recently?
Really? How'd that happen? Oh, let me guess. It was self-checkout, and you were like, I don't got time for this.
No, I do that too, but the... No, I mean, it was right, they put him right in front of the store. Right, like in front of the supermarket.
Look at you.
Are you talking about like in
Right,
New
grab and
York
go.
at a bodega?
No, I'm talking about like Ralph's.
It's your local Kroger.
Oh, man. Yeah,
They didn't
local
miss
Ralph's
it. They
checking
didn't
the
miss it.
camera.
It was heavy. What do I got to go in and pay?
At least since Mark's unemployment, he's really become a kleptomaniac.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fair. No, okay, any other crimes you guys want to admit? I mean, the statute of limitations is, I think, fair and fine, Greg?
I broke into a car once.
You did? Oh, you
What?
Wow.
Just gonna keep the
One
distance
time.
stuff.
You already admitted to a crime. You don't have to. You don't have to keep saying crimes.
New York. Oh, you asked, and it was silent.
That's fair.
I did sell pot in high school.
There you go.
Really?
Yeah, and no, it wasn't legal.
Okay.
I did a little shoplifting. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow. Here it's all coming out, huh?
As a misspent youth.
Really?
Yes.
Do you remember what you took?
Salami and beer, I think, probably.
Oh, wow.
It's a big heist.
Yeah. The beer feels like 2 crimes, but hey, I don't know.
Well, that's true.
That's not my.
I said was one of my clients back in high school, you see, so he got
I love that. I want to know. Again, we won't tell anyone about this.
Yes, okay.
Nobody's watching this. I need to know, like, in these heists that I imagine you guys, like, do you guys imagine yourselves as, like, different roles? Like, who would be, like, the getaway driver? Who would be the muscle? Who would be? I feel like you guys have to have fantasized about committing crimes.
Not this bunch. Oh, no way. Definitely not this bunch of car thieves.
Yeah, who's the driver?
Anthony.
Not me.
I'm pretty good.
Natasha's a good driver. No, not good enough for this crew. Really? Craig, please.
I will be the guy on the headphones going, okay, make a right. You know, this exit is open right here.
You're the GPS.
Yes, I'm the GPS person.
I'll drive.
Yeah, you should drive.
I'll do it. I've got a Toyota.
Just what year?
2019. Is there a problem?
No, I just.
Guys, whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to make.
Comic-Con.
Okay, sorry.
I just want to make sure the emissions and everything are good. Who's the strongest? Who would be the muscle? I feel like Natasha, Maria.
I'm so sorry. Did you say I'm the muscle?
You could be.
Yeah.
One muscle.
You can be.
Maybe with some brass knuckles. I've never even thrown a punch in my life. It's just an attitude, you know.
Okay. You never had to sort of.
I'm like barely a buck.
She's pretty fierce.
Yeah. Zazzy, maybe Zazzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Zazzy, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I love this. I'd love to go down the line and kind of, if you guys have like a favorite heist movie or TV show, any kind of property that you kind of like, maybe like, whether you just loved growing up or like maybe even drew inspiration for your.
I love Double Indemnity, and we don't talk about the grifters enough. Remember that? And Joe Houston and Annette Bening and John
Would that be considered a
Cusack.
con artist movie or a heist movie?
Maybe more like a con.
How about Thief? Thief
is
Michael
Thief's
Mann.
a good one. Yeah,
James
that's a
Gunn,
good one.
yeah.
What about that Steve McQueen one? What was that one called?
The
Getaway.
The Getaway.
Oh,
The Getaway's
good.
really good.
The Town was a good one. The Town.
Town's good, yeah.
Town's very good, yeah. Animal Kingdom.
Yeah. Can we watch some now?
I think so. I think you can pull it up.
We'll bring
right?
it up now, yeah.
Yeah.
We've got 5 minutes and 28 left.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
Now I just got nervous looking at that.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
If the Bad Guys 3 were to happen, which it will, ding. Who's one actor you think who should join the crew, and what animal should they play?
Javier Bardem.
Okay.
I don't know. I just pulled
Good
that out of my
idea.
butt.
That's
What animal,
quick.
right?
That was quick.
Yeah.
Quick, right?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't know what animal he'd play.
An ocelot.
That counts as a pitch.
What is that? An ocelot?
It's a pitch.
An ocelot. Okay, yeah, like a cat, like a kind of a Javier Bardem. Does that fit your?
Sure. Why not?
I'm sorry, Sam. What do you want him to be?
No, I don't know. You guys pick.
You brought it up.
Yeah, you have to.
You've really been fantasizing about this for months, Sam.
I like Javier Bardem. All right.
He's great.
Sue me.
I don't want to.
Sue me.
I have no legal experience.
I think we need a gorilla.
Yeah.
A gorilla would be good.
Javier would be. Yeah. He'd
Or a seal.
A seal.
Seal. Who would play the seal?
How
Javier.
about Seal?
Seal.
Can we get Seal to play Seal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did it.
Two on the nose. He's two on the nose.
It's wow.
He did
a Super Bowl commercial.
Have to be a singing seal.
Yeah.
He did that already.
He did do that already.
Yeah, it's a Mountain Dew thing.
He did it?
He
Oh,
was on
really?
a rock, yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it was sick.
That's funny.
No, you've seen all the commercials.
I've seen all the commercials. I'm a commercial aficionado, if you will.
Wait, Seal had a job and he lost it within 30 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
No, it's a rough business.
We gotta, yeah.
That's how we all got in a heist, see?
Right. I love the very, like, you're sort of, see? Like, again, I'm thinking about you still selling pot still. I'm kind of nervous about it. One more question before we look at pictures of. What's that?
No,
No, say it.
No, I didn't say anything. That doesn't even matter.
I don't have any on me. I gave up that life a long time ago, guys. But
And you can get it at anywhere.
yeah, it's
true,
I
yeah.
gave it up so long ago. It's legal now.
We are in California. Last question before we look at some pictures of animals. Maria, you voice Cosmo the dog in
I
the
did.
MCU. How do you think she'd get along with the bad guys crew? Because she's famously a good girl. Do you think she would be a help or a hindrance?
I mean, the bad guys wanted to be good. They really tried to be good. I guess she might say that she's good. She might start enjoying being bad, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
In a good way, in the best way.
The best way.
In the best way.
Right, because she's the best
She's gonna
dog.
get bangs and stuff.
Okay, so now we're gonna pull up a couple pictures. The Bad Guys 2 is all about animals who do crime, and so I'm gonna show you some photos of some guilty-looking animals, and I'd love for you to tell us what you think the crime they committed. No wrong answers. Let's pull it up.
Oh.
Someone pooped on the carpet.
100%.
He farted.
I would say cheating at poker.
Yeah, pull out and you see the whole table.
Yeah, that's actually,
Yeah.
honestly, that's probably the best one. All right, let's go to
Eat
the
on
next one.
Rug or something like that. Yeah. What's the next one? I guess it's the dog again.
Yeah.
Oh.
He doesn't look guilty.
Pink eye.
He did kind of the
Guilty
same
of pink
crime.
eye?
He looks
Guilty
like
of
he
pink
did.
eye, did
Spreading it, no less.
That's right, yeah, he's showing up to work.
He looks proud of it.
Yeah, that's more of a face like, what you gonna do about it? Like,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, this one is a little trickier.
That's obvious.
What's the crime happening? Oh, is it obvious?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Well, I can't get I need a close-up on the dog.
Dog.
Can we get a close-up on the
Losing
dog?
his mind. He's mentally.
Ah,
Yeah,
look
the at
at
dog
that
was
tail.
like,
He's
yeah,
like,
pick
no,
that up.
not
Yeah,
me.
yeah, go ahead.
Not the
pick that up.
C-shaped tail.
Can you pick that up for me, Ma?
The crime was just sort of being impolite, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
That's another very confident
He's
thief.
trying to be camouflage.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the hell kind of
He just
dog
drowned
is that?
somebody.
That's beautiful.
That's like
What kind of dog is that? That's a
devil
great
They're
dog.
running some sort of a bootlegging operation.
Yes.
Care at
Yeah,
all.
He
yeah.
doesn't care. He drowned somebody. He doesn't care.
Oh. Guilty of licking.
Hey, Mark, you got to know this one.
Guilty of licking.
Slightly guilty. His eyes are kind of.
Well, he, I think, isn't he the reason that the world is like it is?
That's actually correct. Yes. Moving on. That was perfect.
Wow.
Okay. This is.
Guilty of being good looking.
Yeah. Love that. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. That was the reaction
open.
to the correct answer again.
Oh, guilty
that a
of being
guinea pig?
adorable.
That's a guinea pig?
Yeah, that's
yes.
a guinea pig.
Adorable
and a cat.
police.
And a turtle.
I'm gonna arrest this. Oh.
I've had guinea pigs before.
Turtle.
There's a lot of lore here that I'm just.
I think this
dumping
is
on you
like the
guys.
next Bad Guys movie.
What's happening here? It's a boot camp, and he's gonna make it. It's like Officer and a Gentleman.
No, I think he just knocked a guy off the top.
These are getting harder.
I love her.
Guilty of sunbathing.
Guilty of being
With
really
no
relaxed.
sunblock.
That cat is not guilty of anything.
These
Look
are
at that
again.
guy.
Guilty of being
Is that
hungry.
someone's like personal pet or something?
Being a cutie.
Yeah. Why is this photo like?
I
so
like
weird?
that.
Looks like someone snapped this photo in there.
This
Yeah,
is
this is just the producer's dog.
Looks like it's Dave
Guys, thank you so much. This is going to help me in all of my detective work for The Bad Guys 3, which I'm going to cast myself in right now. The Bad Guys 2 hits theaters August 1st, but right now there's more Comic-Con still to come right here in IGN. Give it up for the cast of The Bad Guys 2! Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by NHTSA. Speeding catches up with you.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Good news, everyone! Futurama is back for its 13th season overall, third on Hulu, and that is happening September 15th. To celebrate, I am talking to the stars of Futurama, Billy West, Lauren Tom, Phil Lamar, David Herman, and Maurice LaMarche. Thank you guys for coming. So a big change this season is that all the episodes are dropping at once. What went into that?
It's my preferred way of watching any show, actually. I hate waiting week after week for the things that I binge. So I'm happy for this. I'm glad that if somebody wants to stay up all night and get all 10 episodes of Futurama, more power to you. You know, indeed.
There's not a ton to go off of based on what Hulu released of what is going on this season. I've heard Fry will have a rival for Leela's affections, which hasn't happened in a while. Billy, can you talk about that relationship that's been a recurring thread over the many years? Do you like them together, or do you
I
like...
do. I love the dynamic that they have, because originally Fry was written where he's needy and he's kind of all over the place, you know, but his heart's in the right place. So he's a perfect match for Leela, who's so strong and decisive, you know, and, you know, she's kind of the boss in that relationship.
I mean, do you think Leela is out of Fry's league?
I don't know. I mean, he has to hold some place in her heart, like a big place. Let's put it that way. Yeah, because it's lasted so very long.
Mm-hmm.
I think she likes him. He's charming because he's pure. He has an innocence about him. As wise-assy as he tries to be and funny as he tries to be, I think there's a purity to him. Yeah.
That's a sweet answer.
I think most women like that.
Most women.
Yeah.
My producer had a follow-up that says, same question, but Amy and Kif, and a third time with Hermes and LaBarbara.
Well, with Kif and Amy, you know, Kif started out as very much a very funny, but one-note kind of character. His job was to roll his eyes at everything that came out of Captain Brannigan's mouth. And, you know, he was the long-suffering employee that we've all been in our lives when we had a job and, you know, we know we're much smarter than the boss. But then when they wrote that Titanic episode, there was this romantic spark and this romantic side that came to Kif, you know, after he rescues Amy, and the next season he's a mess. He's no, I can't make the call, and he is just so smitten with her, and for them to have done this entire romantic arc over the long, you know, cancellations of the show, and for them to end up married with children it's so wonderful. And I think they have a very equal relationship.
Yeah, I think that it reflects real life too, where sometimes the best relationships are opposites attracting. So I feel like Kiffy really grounds Amy because, you know, she's kind of all over the place, extrovert and then introvert. And then I think I kind of add more of a social life to you and pull you out a little bit. I think it works. But I love that they're both so sweet.
And you could tell they're true partners. I mean, that's the thing, that they've written these characters as real partners, and something that we should all aspire to in our own relationship.
And as far as Scruffy and Wash Bucket,
it's a Phil's up. Yeah, you and LaBarbara, baby.
well, Hermes and LaBarbara from the beginning were the most official married couple.
That's true.
I mean, it was the only relationship in Futurama that wasn't starting. It wasn't, even though she had that guy on the side who was coming after her.
Oh, they're just friends.
Barbados Slim, they're just friends.
But, you know, Hermes and LaBarbara have always been fine together and still are, even with their kid.
Do you find it's, I mean, you've sat with these characters and worked on them and they've grown and evolved over time. How has that been following that? Where do you go from where you've already grown the characters?
We depend on the writers for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones that come in with these really great ideas, and you know, we'll honor the script and honor the words and their hard work, and then they'll ask us, "Is there anything you'd like to try?" Because we might have an idea about the character that they hadn't touched on, which is very rare. But every now and then they let us run with something, and you know, you hope that it makes it better.
You keep your ideas to yourself, all right? You just do the talking and keep your ideas to yourself, all right?
You know the black parts. Pay attention to those.
Yeah.
Forget about the white part where your imagination runs wild. That's how supportive they are.
The topics that you all cover are really interesting. I mean, do you like to stick with timely topics, or are there things that are floating in your head? Much like
it's not up to us, though.
Yeah,
really.
those are the. I mean, we've got the smartest writers in all of Hollywood, and they are always paying attention to the. I mean, they're all, you know, Harvard or Yale educated, you know, and they're the ones that are paying attention to story ideas and paying attention to the relationships, and we are the luckiest actors on the planet to get to work from these scripts. You know, I've been pitching an idea that, you know, it's you know, to them that's so obvious. Of course they haven't done it because it's just a really obvious idea. The idea that Kif, you know, has to take over and do the starship while Zap is laid up with something, you know, whatever. And we just, you know, discover that Kif would actually make a very good captain. And you know, we've never done that one because it's really like obvious. And shame on me for thinking of it. But no. But I mean, we just have these guys that think on a level beyond the average. And then they take a great story and then they make it hilarious. You know, it's dialogue, it's relationships, and it's the actual theme of the episode. So hats off to the writers. You know, that's
Maurice is selling himself short. You got straight A's in clown college.
Well, I have a question that's more related to the environment we're in, which is what do your fans shout at you about your characters the most?
What's Billy West really like?
What is Billy West really like?
That's all about him.
Yeah.
Oh, what I know about
They
him.
all just want to know about Billy.
Oh.
You know, it usually
It's surely there's lines.
They just want us to do the voice.
Yeah, we do the voice
live and in person for them, you know, whatever it may be.
We get stalked for autographs, though. That I guess that's a mark of success.
You get a lot of what's his problem?
What's his problem? I get a lot of he's not all there.
Oh.
Yeah, that's okay. I like being like that. You learn a lot by playing dumb.
Well, that's Fry. Well, do you have favorite moments or lines that you usually go to in those moments?
I like that one.
I'll generally quote Calculon, you know. Thank you for appreciating my unholy acting talent. You know,
the best.
The Professors has some pretty good ones, like "Who needs courage when you have a gun?"
All right. Well, we have all episodes of season 3 on Hulu dropping this September. Please check it out.
September 1/5.
September 1/5.
There you go.
And keep watching my favorite show so I can keep watching my favorite show. Please.
Yes, please do. Aww.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stream it on repeat, or I will destroy you.
I'm just gonna keep waving
Yeah,
at people.
Yeah, that's fine. You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. He's popped up in Dune, Oppenheimer, the MCU, had multiple roles in the DC multiverse. It's always a pleasure to run into him here at San Diego Comic-Con. David Dastmalchian, welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Pleasure to speak to you,
So
David.
good to be here with you
Happy
yet
Comic-Con.
again. Thanks, man.
Yes.
You're one of my favorites.
Oh, dude, we love you here. Now, first off, we got to talk about something that us at IGN are so excited about. You have just been cast as M. Bison in the Street Fighter movie. Can you talk about what that experience is going to be like for you and how close to the games you think you're going to try to get your M. Bison?
I have no idea. I have no expectation. The only thing I know is that I'm so honored. Like, I'm so grateful that Kitao has chosen me to come on this journey with him and the rest of the team. I think that it's in such incredible hands with Legendary. They have just delivered one amazing film after the next, and they care so much about IP, existing properties, and I'm really thrilled and honored. And I've just been getting in character by going to the arcade and playing a lot of Street Fighter 2, and I never lose.
Oh, man. Well, I think you should probably carry that into the movie if M. Bison is going to be an imposing villain. What do you think? Should he have white eyes?
It's a decision to make.
Yeah.
I'm not weighing in on anything yet. I'm not weighing in on any of that because I have all my thoughts and opinions, which I'm now in private conversation sharing with the boss, and you're just gonna have to wait and see.
We're very excited. We know it's in good hands. You've got another graphic novel coming out called Through.
Yeah.
You've called this one of the most important things that you've ever written. Can you go into that a little bit?
I've been working on this book for 20 years, and it is, on the surface, a labyrinthine adventure journey into an alternate reality that's been constructed for this woman, our hero. Her name's Alex. She's a freshman in college who may or may not have attempted to take her own life. And when she was rescued by this old mysterious man, it leads her down this pathway into discovering another reality, like Alice going through the looking glass. And this world through that she discovers seems to have been almost constructed based on her own life, her own secrets, her own struggles. As I was writing the book, I realized I wrote it for myself. I mean, I wrote it for others. I hope everyone who reads it has an incredible experience with it, but I never realized how much I needed to write a story about going into the labyrinth that's inside of me and finding all the clues that go all the way back to when I'm 8, 9 years old and trying to unlock the doors to these places that I haven't allowed myself to go yet as an adult, both emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. And the fantastic art, the world that's created by Kat Staggs, is so beautiful, so mesmerizing. My dream is that when you experience the book, it's like the first time you watched Pan's Labyrinth, maybe, or watching a Terry Gilliam film, or something like that.
Well, you know what, you say something that's so interesting to me about how, horror gives you this chance to enter this labyrinth within ourselves. You're also a writer on DC's Creature Commandos. Can you talk a little bit, I know that's been a big, run for you since you were a kid. Can you talk a little bit about how horror, your love for that came out in that run?
There's so many different forms of horror. Horror is like love. The spectrum is so wide and ranging, and I am so grateful that I get to explore so many of the different spectrums of my love of horror. So in the Creature Commandos space, the horror, the body horror, and the violence horror, and the military horror all goes back to this concept of self and identity and agency. And each of these monsters, although they are in their conditions, afflicted with something that makes them bad monsters to society, these are still human beings who are struggling with a condition that they carry which others them, which sets them aside from what the, kind of normative society would have them be. And although they have used that power for, mostly sometimes not great ends, they have an opportunity right now for redemption to do something that they think is going to help humanity. And what they find out in the journey that I got to create with Creature Commandos, at least in our first volume, was that maybe what the government asked them to do wasn't exactly what they thought they were going to do. Yeah. They're disposable. In a similar way to the Suicide Squad, which I got to be a part of James Gunn's,
the polka dot man.
So movie hero, a superhero movie making, he changed the game. He changes the game every time he makes a new movie. Obviously, Superman has just changed the game again. Peacemaker changes the game again. But with the Suicide Squad, I fell so in love, and I went back to this idea of like taking those marginalized people who've been so villainized, giving them a shot at redemption, but the manipulation that is still happening and the fear. I thought we could really explore a cool story, and I'm grateful DC lets me write cool stuff for them.
Well, a lot of monsters in that one. You got a lot of monsters in another book you're writing, Count Crowley.
Yes.
That puts kind of a unique spin on the idea of monster hunting. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So in Count Crowley, Jerry Bartman wants to be what you are. She wants to be a news person. She wants to deliver information to people, and unfortunately, she struggles with alcoholism. She's had a traumatic experience in her life and a number of traumas before that, and instead of processing them in a healthy way, she's turned to alcohol, which has ruined her career. So the only job she can get on camera is putting on the makeup of the late night horror host for the local TV station, Count Crowley. It turns out the guy she replaced was actually a real life monster hunter. Monsters are real. They've been manipulating the media with fake news and information from powerful places. What does that sound like?
Yeah, I know, crazy. What?
Trying to attack women, marginalized people, trying to go after those who don't have power and keep the power separate from them. And so Jerry not only has to figure out how to be sober, because no one trusts her anymore. Her family, if she says to them, "Oh my God, I saw a werewolf," they're gonna go, "Well, you were wasted again." So now, those people are excited.
Yeah.
This is so cool. I love being here.
This is Saturday at Comic-Con. Anything can happen.
So she picks up the mantle and becomes a monster hunter. And I think any of us can. The world is filled with good monsters. The world has some bad monsters in it. And we got to protect the good monsters and stand up for the good monsters and stick together and battle the bad monsters.
I'll take you calling me as a good monster.
You are a good monster. You are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned, Late Night, and Late Night with the Devil is one of my favorite horror movies of the last few years.
Thanks.
An incredible spin on the found footage genre.
I've had people tell me that you are a big fan. Like, that's how big of a fan you are, which... Thank you.
I am such a champion for that movie. I am always a fan of seeing, especially a single location horror movie done really well.
Yeah.
When you look back at that experience, what's the thing that you really take away? And actually, I have another question for you to follow up on that, which is maybe if you could comment on how you see Late Night with the Devil now that there's this conversation going on about the death of late night.
Yeah. It's very interesting timing that the film took place just on the cusp of what's happening right now in the death of late night. And I see there's a poster for the movie, like right here on the street.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Something about focusing on story, performance, and character first before you worry about world building, before you worry about crazy special effects, even before you worry about crazy kills. And God knows, I love the crazy kills in horror movies. Yeah. But really getting in there and focusing on what is the purpose of this, and the purpose of this story that I think people could relate to was the idea of here's a guy who every night gets in front of a camera like you do and has to present a version of himself to the world. Well, internally, what do you do today? Honestly, Tom, like what do you do if on your way to work today you get some terrible news or something horrible happens? You still have to be here and smile.
Keep working.
You do. So Jack has been doing that for so long that now he's twisted inside and he's so broken and scared, and as this evil entity starts to arise on the set of his talk show, all of his dark truths start coming to the surface. Now, speaking of dark truths, is late night really dead? Is it dying? Are there people in power who are so scared of one of the only places where it seems like people can speak out against them anymore that they're coming after them? I don't know. Maybe what we're about to see is the resurrection of the late night form. Maybe it's going to take another shape, but the fact that we have such, insanely obtuse, just wildly brazen bullies sitting on thrones who then can't take an ounce of criticism without deciding that they're going to destroy people's careers. It's a scary time we live in. It's its own horror movie, and I think we're watching it play out in real time. But the great news is, you guys, it doesn't have to end horrifically. We can unify, we can stand up, and we can make sure that people who oppose things that they disagree with still have a voice, because that's what this country is all about.
Yeah.
We may not love this government, but we love this country, and that's what this country stands for. I'm off my soapbox now. I'm Dave Dastmalchian. I'm here at San Diego Comic-Con. Comic-Con,
message.
and I approve this message.
Sure does. Now, let's end with this one. I know you are a lover of horror. You popped up in The Boogeyman in the opening scene of that. I'm sure you are a massive Stephen King fan. If you got to take a crack at starring in another Stephen King adaptation, what would it be?
Oh my gosh. I think I could be a really great rabid dog if we got to remake Cujo. Maybe I could do the
Benedict
motion
Cumberbatch
capture.
Smaug.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'll be the Benedict Cumberbatch. When I watched what he did with Smaug.
Yeah.
And I got to do some motion capture with Veb in Quantum Mania. The dog. Honestly though, truly, there's so many amazing Stephen King works over my lifetime. When I think about getting to go play in the world of like Dark Tower.
Of course.
Getting to do something
Be a pretty
in that
good man in
space.
black. You're already dressed for it. Come on.
I may or may not have asked him to ask me this question just so I could stand here today and hope that somebody out there is watching. And how cool is it that right now, in the hands of the most capable Mike Flanagan, Carrie is happening.
Yes.
There's so many cool effing things happening in the Stephen King verse.
King's in good hands.
My dream is to actually get Stephen King to come lay down in the casket with me on my show Grave Conversations, where we lay in coffins and talk about life. So Stephen, please come join me.
I'd watch that conversation. David, thank you so
You're the
much
best,
for
man.
joining
Thank
us.
you.
You're the best. You can catch David right now on Dexter Resurrection. This is David. And Murderbot.
Resurrection.
And next year he'll be in the Street Fighter movie and the second season of Netflix's One Piece. But right now there is more Comic-Con to come. Stick around.
One of the best parts of Comic-Con is being able to dress up as your favorite fictional characters without anyone looking at you funny or contacting the authorities again. However, if you're looking to add some fandom and fantasy to your fashion on a daily basis, you might be better off accessorizing. Here to reveal a brand new piece of jewelry based on Claire Obscure Expedition 33, designer and founder of RockLove, Allison Semino.
How are you doing?
I'm so good. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm personally really excited about this because in my game, Lune is the main character. Please tell us about your piece.
Yeah, well, and as you said in the beginning here, jewelry is one of those great pieces because no one looks at you funny if you wear the same piece of jewelry every day. You can't really do that if you wear the same t-shirt every day.
Yeah, I've heard.
So this is a brand new piece that we have never revealed, but we're working with IGN for an exclusive of Lune's necklace. This is as seen on right in the game. So it is a replica piece that we're working with IGN and Sandfall, official licensed, and this is the big reveal.
I love it because you can wear this and people who know will know.
Absolutely. So the big thing is we've got two different versions. IGN Store is the exclusive for one, a sterling silver piece that is 333 limited edition. And I actually have number 1.
Let's have a look at it, yeah.
And this one is 1 out of 333, and each piece is engraved with a unique series number. We're actually gifting this one to the voice actress of Lune.
So Kirsty Ryder is going to get this?
Yes. I don't know if she knows yet, so
Kirsty!
I hope she loves it. And then the remaining pieces all have their unique series number, so 2 to 333, and it'll be available just for the IGN fans.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I know about this now, so I can do it. But you're showing off some other exclusives here at Comic-Con, right?
Yes, so we've got the Lune necklace here. There's also going to be an open edition that is silver-plated brass. And then also on the IGN store and here live at San Diego Comic-Con, we have the Galactic Forge. So the Star Wars by RockLove collection that we've launched just here at the show. And we have pieces online, but only at the show. We have this engravable activation. So we have built kind of like the Armorer's Forge right in our booth in the Star Wars Pavilion, where live on site you get your name engraved in Arabesh. I'm wearing one of the necklaces now. And so in Arabesh, you get to customize your name or initials. And it's amazing. I don't think that they've ever actually allowed a brand to engrave on jewelry like this before, and definitely not live in Arabesh. So we're really honored.
That's amazing. And you guys are woman-owned and operated.
Yes, so small business, women-owned and operated, and the women of the company are there manning the booth. So we're always so appreciative. We get to meet everybody here at the show and get to interact with the fans that we always are seeing behind a screen, but it's a chance to really kind of connect with the community.
And your Galactic pieces are also available on the IGN store.
Yes, so on RockLove.com and the IGN store, we have a collection of enhancers, which are 6 clippable little charms, and they have different Swarovski crystals and factions and engraved in Arabesh. And then we also have 4 necklaces and 2 bracelets that have iconic quotes from across the galaxy. My favorite, never tell me the odds.
Oh, I love it. Well, I'm sure you know, it's very hard to find high quality and actually cute fandom items for women. So I am very excited for this. And this is gorgeous. It does look like in the game.
Thank you. Well, in RockLove, we really pride ourselves. One of the cornerstones of the brand is it's always nickel-free. And the pieces are very much unisex. So they're adjustable chains. Even the bracelet that I'm wearing comes with different links so that you can perfectly customize your fit. We like to say jewelry is for everybody and every body.
I love it. Well, thank you, Allison. Thank you so much for joining us today. And for everyone watching at home, head on over to store.ign.com and join the waitlist so you can be one of the first people to own this fantastic IGN store, exclusive RockLove jewelry. Maybe I'll be number 2, we'll see. We've got so much more IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 up ahead, so don't go anywhere.
What's your spiciest Comic-Con take?
I'd say the smells, I guess. You know, I'm guilty of it myself.
I am here with Banana Man at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 to find people's most bananas takes. Are you ready? Let's go.
Presented by Chiquita Banana, likely the best snack ever.
All right, I need to know, what is your hottest Comic-Con take?
Fantastic Four, the movie isn't going to be good.
I'd say the smells, I guess, you know.
There's a lot of people. The Marvel panels and fandom are ruining Comic-Con.
Let's see some of those moves. What is the best snack when you are on the go?
A Chiquita banana. That's the only bananas I will eat, okay?
All right, Evie, what is your Comic-Con hot take?
My hot take is the best thing ever.
Woo! What do you think about Labubu's?
They're the new Beanie Babies, but uglier. That's like half the reason I come here.
The best, gotta have it.
At first, I hated it, but now I am loving the idea.
Oh, if they made a live-action Pokemon movie, who should play Ash?
Halle Berry.
We might have to cut right there. I have to retire. Okay. And what is the best video game of the last 10 years?
Twilight Princess. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
Gandalf, I need to know, what is your Comic-Con hot take?
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Sir, what do you think about Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom?
They need some more viewers. They need to bring him back.
Hey, recyclables, you know what I mean?
Like it and don't like it.
Who should play the next Wonder Woman?
Bring back Natalie Portman.
I definitely don't want Gal Gadot.
What is the most overrated movie of all time? All genres, all time.
Back to the Future.
I gotta go with The Notebook.
Twilight. I said what I said.
I think, you know, Star Wars, Star Trek, all of this science fiction dribble.
What is the most underrated movie then?
Revenge of the Sith. Come on.
Back to the Future. It's one of the best movies ever made. I don't feel like it gets enough clout.
Terminator 2.
Valerian and City of a Thousand Planets.
Oh, okay.
That was the intro to that movie made me cry.
What is the best snack on the go?
Obviously the banana.
I'm gonna say banana.
Banana.
Well, if you take a s'more and you wrap it in pita bread and then you deep fry it and let it cool, it becomes a handheld, like, little slice of fried gold, and it fits well into most overhead compartments.
That's a good answer, but I think you're overthinking it a little bit.
Deep fried bananas.
Well, simply a snack that will ensure that you shall not pass!
I call myself Chiquita Banana, and here I am with the top banana, Chiquita!
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con. A brand new season of Star Trek Strange New Worlds is currently airing, and there's another one already in the works, so Star Trek fans have plenty to look forward to. Here to hopefully tease some of what's in store, please welcome Rebecca Romaine, Ethan Peck, Jess Bush, Christina Chong, and Paul Wesley. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so I didn't have this question on my card until a little while ago, but I have to ask you, puppets. What's going on with the puppets that we were just teased in Hall H?
Well, we know Pike is a puppet.
Yes.
And that's all we know.
That's all we can reveal. Yeah.
Even though you just wrapped on season 4 yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
We shot the episode, but we can't tell you anything about season 4.
Okay. Well, we are just in the midst of season 3. It's really just gotten underway. So, Rebecca, in this week's episode, we saw Una had to discipline Ortegas.
Yes, for insubordination.
Yes, yeah. So that was a bit rough. What's it like for the character to have to balance friendship with being the boss?
It's interesting for Una, who now is sort of blossoming to the next level of her life now that she's cleared of being an Illyrian and keeping the secret, but to see what kind of a captain Una could potentially be faced with insubordination. And, you know, being fair yet firm, being on the right side of history. So yeah, it's fun to get to discover that side of Una.
Yeah. And this crew is like, there was very much a sense of friendship among everyone. So when a scene like that, it's like, I think you feel it.
Well, Una prides herself on being very connected to her crew. So yeah, it's when to see her come down on someone, we very rarely see anybody come down on anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fun to play.
Usually Pike's just making people omelets and stuff, right?
Yeah,
you know.
Exactly.
So, Ethan, you've got a pretty intense mind meld scene in this week's episode. Can you tell us what it's like to turn up the heat a little bit like that?
What, you have to remind me.
It's the one with Captain Patel when you're trying to contain the Gorn infection.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the question?
Just what's it like going there with Spock?
Yeah, it feels wrong because he's so contained normally, and so when I have to crank up the emotions, it feels like I've got to be very cautious, and it's precocious because you can get disconnected from who Spock is if you go too far. Yeah, so it's always frightening when I get scenes like that because it feels like not Spock.
Yeah.
So.
And it's a little frightening for the audience too, I think, actually.
That's nice.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, Jess, Nurse Chapel has a new boyfriend / fiance, Dr. Corby. Things are definitely going to work out really well with you two, right? Moving forward?
Well, I mean, it's kind of written in the stars, isn't it?
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Dr. Corby is a character from the original series, so we know kind of what happens.
Yeah.
What is it like when you know the end of the story in that case?
Well, I mean, I think you've got to do your best to not think about that because Chapel doesn't know that, so I can't really know that, and it's not really helpful to think too hard about that when I'm working.
Yeah.
But in terms of working with Killian, he's wonderful, and our chemistry was so fun, and it makes sense to me that chemistry would lead to something long term.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's the same for your two characters' interactions in that we kind of know what's going to happen there as well.
Yeah.
This like great love story is being told, and yet, yeah. Christina, you get a murder mystery episode. You guys all do, but you're kind of the lead on that one. But there's a kind of a nerdy question that some fans have been puzzling over, which is why is there a holodeck back in the old days when they didn't really have that on Kirk's Enterprise? So you have to explain it.
You're asking the wrong person. Who would know that? I don't know.
What's the answer? At the end, he said, let's
put it away.
Put it away.
Oh, yeah,
and
right,
make a tiny footnote in small print. It's not ready yet.
Yeah,
right?
there we go. Thanks, Rebecca.
I should have asked you.
I pay attention.
Yeah, I just read my lines.
Yeah, she doesn't read the script. Yeah.
How was it filming that episode?
Oh my God, so much fun. Acting with these guys as different characters. I mean, apart from Ethan.
I'm just Spock.
And getting to do all the dancing with him. And
we did a ton of dance rehearsal.
yeah, like it was almost every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, some weekends. Like
speaking while dancing.
that's the thing. I forgot about that.
I was wondering about that.
Saying technobabble while dancing was
technobabble while dancing.
It's literally like, you know, patting your head and rubbing your tummy but 10 times. It's like, because the thing is, you've only got a certain amount of time to get the line out, right? Because you've got to follow the rhythm of the dance. We're following a 1, 2, 3 with the waltz. And so the line has to come out, but it has to come out organically, but it has to come out in a certain time.
Right.
So that's the tricky
You also
part.
have to match it for the wide.
Exactly, yeah.
Also.
So without making it feel stale.
Right, yeah.
And they chose such challenging dance styles.
Oh yeah, Argentine tango. It's one of the hardest
All back there.
Latin dances.
Well, you have a dance background, I think, but
Yeah, I used to be a professional dancer.
Okay.
But I never did Latin ballroom.
but Ethan, were you a dancer?
No.
But you
I am
studied
now.
some dance, no?
A little bit.
Yeah.
In college.
So good.
Thanks.
So yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Paul, in this episode that's coming, the murder mystery episode, we get to see you doing some Shatnering, which is to say, not obviously you play Captain Kirk and you are your version of Captain Kirk, but in this episode, through a twist that we won't really get into too much, you get to Shatner it up a little bit. So where would you find the line between too much Shatner, too little Shatner, and just the right amount of Shatner?
It was a satirical take on, throughout the years, I think it's been a little bit overblown. The whole sort of, the Kirkisms are sort of like exaggerated through kind of like pop culture. And I wanted to sort of play into that and nod to the audience a little bit while, so there's an absurdity to what I'm doing. The character's absurd, but he's also not, his name's not William Shatner, he's a guy named Maxwell Sain. So it's based on it's a bit of just like an actor in the 1960s who's, totally full of himself. And then I wanted to just sort of sprinkle in a little bit, some of the pauses and sort of the cadence and the dialogue. And, let's see if people like it or if they're like, what is
You
this?
pitched it so well. You pitched that
I
level.
pitched it?
So well, where you were like,
Thanks, Chris. God, she's being so nice to me this time.
Just a few nights,
I'll Venmo you. Yeah, thanks. Keep it going.
You will?
Yes, I will. $20. Yeah. Well, we'll negotiate. We'll negotiate.
So we know that the show's going to end with season 5 now. This was announced recently. And we know where a lot of you guys are going to end up, which is on the Enterprise. But you two, Christina and Rebecca, we don't know what happens to your characters except that they're going to leave the Enterprise. Have you talked to Akiva and Henry, the showrunners, about this? You know what's going to happen.
They're about to tell you right now.
So yeah, it's going to involve puppets, I think, right?
You never know.
But I mean, what is that like for you? Because you know that you do have to leave eventually. It's like, does...
Yeah, I don't want to speak to that. I think talking to Henry and Akiva would be a better way to go.
Okay,
with plans.
let's bring them out. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, actually. So, but Paul, does this mean that you will, and you can just confirm, since we're doing full spoilers at this point, the last episode of season 5, you'll be in the chair as the captain?
I plead the fifth, but no, I genuinely don't know. We don't really know anything other than what Henry and Akiva have sort of insinuated, but we don't know. I mean, obviously, canonically, is that that's correct? Or it's thanks. Canonically, that's what happens, right? But we don't know. I mean, we haven't read a script. We don't know anything. But so we're as excited as the viewers to find out, how it all ends.
Yeah.
/ begins.
And Ethan, does that mean that you're going to be getting more Nimoy-ish now that you know the end point is coming? Are you going to continue to tweak the performance to get to that Spock?
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Yeah.
It's funny, since the very beginning, I've done my best Nimoy. And the writing, I think, really has a lot to do with it as well, because the writing makes room for emotion. And I guess they'll write it in a way that will make less room for it, and it'll just be much more computational.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Jess, who's Christine's best friend on the ship?
Oh, and Benga.
Yeah?
Hands down. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a really special relationship.
Yeah. Well, you have that history too.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And I love working with Babs. He's so beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Christine and Benga are very close.
Yeah. Paul, what have your interactions with Shatner himself been like? Have you?
I have a hilarious history with Bill. I'm going to say Bill. We used to be neighbors in Los Angeles prior to me. But like neighbors meaning like literally I was here and he was here. Like his house looked down to my house, and I had some interactions with him actually because we were neighbors. This was well before I got cast in the show, and then I got cast in the series, and then I've told this story before. So I'll make it super quick. I got on an air. It wasn't announced that I was playing Kirk yet, but I had just shot my first episode, and I got on an airplane, and literally he was on the plane, and my seat was next to him, and I sat next to him, and we chatted. He had just gotten back from space. I mean, the whole thing was so weird. I thought it was like a hidden camera, like Paramount had like the flight attendant could be like surprise, but it was just this bizarre coincidence. And
you that you were cast as Kirk?
I may have insinuated, and then the news broke, and then he tweeted, "Take care of my crew and my ship," which I thought was such a classy move on his part, because he didn't have to do that. And I've since seen him at a couple, Comic-Cons and things, and he's always very supportive and lovely. We've had conversations, and I'm just grateful for his support, honestly, more than anything.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Rebecca, we've had a musical, we've had an animated crossover. We're getting puppets. We've got a murder mystery. Is there a genre that you would like to tackle that you guys haven't done yet?
I mean, full-on Western. Christina goes in and pitches more than the rest of us. New ideas about what we should do. But there are so many. I mean, in season 4, we've got several other things that are so exciting.
The RoboCop episode.
That one.
I'd love to do Federation Olympics.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. It could be. Do you guys remember the old show from like the 70s? Where the sitcom TV stars would compete against each other.
Yes. What was that called?
Really?
Battle at the Stars.
Yes, Battle of the Network Stars.
That's
right. Yeah.
We gotta bring that
Like a
back.
speed episode, like a chase.
Oh.
That'd be good.
Oh yeah. Like
Keanu
Fast and
Reeves
Furious.
style.
I wanted to do an inner space episode where somebody gets miniaturized and put into somebody else's blood.
Like Honey, I Shrunk the
Or Inner Space. Did you ever see Inner Space starring
No.
Dennis Quaid? Oh God, it's such a good movie.
Wow, that's a
No.
great idea.
Yeah.
Now I gotta see it.
All right, let's do it. Let's have Henry, Akiva, let's do it. Okay. Well,
Season 6.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. You can catch new episodes of Star Trek Strange New Worlds every week on Paramount Plus, and you can catch lots more coverage of the strange new world that is San Diego Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
You're watching IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. In just a bit, we're getting closer than ever with the cast of the upcoming horror movie, Together. A story of a loving couple that brings a whole new definition to the word codependent. After that, a live-action God of War series is in the works, and Ronald D. Moore is here to tell us all about it. Then, Project Hail Mary is the upcoming sci-fi comedy starring Ryan Gosling, and we've got some new details that are out of this world, courtesy of directors Lord and Miller. But right now, we're going guns blazing and checking out Killing Floor 3, the action-packed new first-person shooter that you won't want to miss. Take a look.
Killing Floor 3 is available now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. In it, you'll play as a member of Nightfall, an elite squad tasked with taking down Zeds around the globe in the hopes of saving the world. Here to tell us more about it is Killing Floor 3's creative director, Brian Wynia. Brian, welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm into it, I'll take it. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. One of the things that stands out the most to me about Killing Floor 3 is just how much gore you guys put into the game. As a creative director and a fan of horror, can you tell us about what inspired the look and bloody feel of Killing Floor 3?
Yeah, like I would always joke being early 42-year-old dad that like I grew up on a steady diet of like John Carpenter films, so everything from The Thing and then moving into like Evil Dead, reading EC Comics, like that element of graphic violence meets graphic design was something that we were really inspired by. One of the things we always talked about with gore is that in Killing Floor, when you see it, you want to have these like, oh shit moments and not like, oh shit, I'm going to be sick. So it's just really inspired by this over-the-top violence that is impactful, but not overly disgusting in one way.
All right, well, to find out more about how the fans feel about it all, our very own Seth Macy took to the streets of San Diego to get people's reactions. Let's take a look.
Seth Macy here in San Diego. I am going to be showing Comic-Con attendees some of the grossest and goriest moments from Killing Floor 3. Let's find out what they think.
Presented by Killing Floor 3.
Okay, we're pushing play.
It's a warning message. Holy shit.
Oh!
Starting off strong.
Oh, we got bodies.
Oh, wow.
That's a cool chainsaw arm.
Mix it in some like zombie with some like mechs.
Oh my
God. Ew, the puke.
Yuck.
Gnarly.
Right right down the middle. Stuff flying everywhere, dude. It's freaking crazy.
Hey, I need this right now. Actually.
Okay, there we go. Now we got like that gun is doing some damage.
Ew.
And we're dead.
I didn't know something could have that much blood.
Oh!
I just had some tacos and flamethrower, dude.
It's a flamethrower! Light them up, oh my God, what is that?
Hey, I need this game right now.
Got you guys some codes.
Dope! What?
Yeah. Download it right now.
The second I get back to LA, I'm downloading this.
I'm gonna play it tonight.
Killing Floor 3 is available right now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC.
Brian.
Yeah, I like that. That was awesome.
Brian, I would love to get your reaction to how people reacted.
It's very weird to get excited over people wincing, right? And like gagging a little bit. But yeah, that's kind of like what we're into. That was actually something we would do when playtesting or like working with partners and fans. And you kind of feel like a psycho because instead of like watching the game, you're like watching that individual like, yes. So yeah, to see someone kind of like wince or gag, I'm sorry, but I'm not. It kind of did what we wanted it to.
I mean, people seem to be into it, so I love it. Now, you and I got to play together earlier this weekend, and I had a blast.
Thank you.
Mowing down different enemies and trying out different weapons. Was there a moment that stood out to you during development where you sort of took a step back and you were like, wow, we have something really special here?
Yeah, so we playtest a lot, and there was this moment very early on, it's called Prototype, where there's like no textures on everything. My kids used to think I was like playing Roblox at that time, because it's just really simple meshes. And at that point, when we were having fun, where there wasn't even finished art, and you're kind of sitting at the edge of your seat, and you're wiping sweat from your brow, and your hands are clammy, even at that stage, when you have that moment, that's when we knew we were having fun, and we found this area to keep kind of focusing on and pushing forward with.
Now, I did notice that during our time playing, you gravitated towards the ninja specialist.
Yeah.
What do you like about him?
I love his gadget. So that gadget is definitely like a thinking man's gadget, where it's like the ability to kind of pull certain Zeds to you, cut their heads off is fantastic, but then there's also certain Zeds that you'll be able to pull yourself across the map, and as you fly through other Zeds, they'll explode. So kind of having that that gameplay in mind while you're playing is a great way to make that feel really impactful.
Now, that's just one of the specialists. Correct. What about the other ones? Who are they designed to attract?
Yeah, so like you have the Commando. Commando is just that well-rounded, like wielding assault rifles, kind of a standard grenade. Like if you like to spray and pray, that is it. If you like to use fire, if you like a lot of AoE damage, try the Firebug. So each one basically has a different way to let you kind of play the game that you want to play. But yeah, I love chopping things heads off and kind of flying across the map, so I'm going to probably be ninja for quite some time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the Firebug definitely has a lot of gadgets that I thought were super fun.
Yep.
I got to play as Commando a lot as well, and just like popping out the drone and just seeing, bits and pieces flying all over the place was super fun.
Awesome.
Now, soundtracks are always something to get me excited about games.
Yeah.
Killing Floor 3 is full of like chuggy guitars and like gut-busting drums. How was it like to bring back Rocky Gray after his time making tracks for Killing Floor 2?
Yeah, so Rocky is actually a full-time member of Tripwire now. Mark Moraski, our audio director, he's built this amazing team. And yeah, the interesting thing about Rocky is I'm not a musician by any means, but I'll be like, hey, I kind of like this thing, or there's like this ambience in this Carpenter film that I like, or like there's this bit of metal that I like. And in like an hour, Rocky just comes back with that, and all of a sudden we have this like new banger of a track, and it's just like, yes, please, more of it. So it's awesome working with him. He is probably one of the biggest horror fans that I've ever worked with. Like his backdrop is just a wall of like Blu-rays, and I think like a full-size Michael Myers. So it's a little intimidating, but it's always awesome to see. He definitely knows his stuff.
That's amazing. I kind of just want to have that as like the backing track for me working, just locking in, getting that metal in. So now that Killing Floor 3 is officially out in the wild, first of all, how do you feel, and what can you tell us about plans for content coming later in the future?
Obviously feels really good. being a game developer, being a creative person, working with a creative team, being able to take what you've made and share it with everyone and then play it with them, especially in Killing Floor, with being able to play with multiple other people, it feels really, really nice. It was really cool. Well, I mean, like, I think you revived me once or twice, right? So being able to, like, play with the community, you revive them, they revive you, you just barely make it, maybe you die together. It felt awesome. For the future, we just shared a roadmap recently that's kind of highlighting some of the free content that's coming post-launch. So there's some kind of fan favorite characters that are going to be joining Nightfall, like DJ Scully, but we have some awesome new maps that I'm really excited about. Like, I've talked about The Thing a few times, and there's this like Arctic research station that is very much inspired by Outpost 31. So I am very excited to share more of that in the near future.
Well, Brian, I'm excited to check it out. Thank you so much for joining us today. You can jump into Killing Floor 3 right now on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. We got a lot more Comic-Con coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, man.
Well done, Brian.
Very well done.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downes, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Switched to pre-order Mania. It was chaotic last night.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
Normally, when you say two people are inseparable, it's a cute way of saying they're codependent. That's not always a good thing, but it's definitely better than being physically stuck to somebody else. Here to tell us about their new horror film Together, writer and director Michael Shanks, and stars and producers Dave Franco and Allison Brie. Hi, guys.
Hey. Thank you. Oh.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today. Allison, Dave, I want to start with you guys because in earlier interviews, you both joked that this movie was either going to result in divorce or you being more codependent than ever.
Sure.
Now that we're on the other side and it's about to go wide.
It's the ladder. It's the ladder.
You survived.
But it was certainly a reckoning. I do feel like it was interesting. The project finished, and I immediately had to go do press for another project, and we spent like 3 days apart even, and I thought, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't like this. The attachment.
We did an interview earlier where Michael Shanks was in between us, and
even then,
that was weird. It was a little too far away from you.
How dare you separate? So, Michael, how did you approach blending the balance between a long-term relationship and the horror genre?
Well, this all kind of comes from my my own relationship. I've been with my partner for now approaching 17 years, and I started to kind of write this stuff when I was probably approaching to the 10-year mark of that relationship, and we were moving in together, and I realized, oh my God, we are living the same life. We just like have all the same friends, we eat the same food, we breathe the same air. I don't know where I sort of end and she begins. And from that kind of jumping off point, I realized, oh, I'd like to explore those themes, but that's a body horror. I just saw it immediately, and then thought that'll satisfy my the intellectual part of my brain by like writing something about these themes that I'm interested in. But what could satisfy me as like a horror freak and as like somebody who's obsessed with like the technical side of filmmaking, I just knew that there were going to be like 10 crazy horror set pieces with practical effects, with visual effects, with contortionists, with stunts, and I was just like, this is going to be such like a playpen for like fun horror stuff.
So, and this is your feature debut, and body horror is a huge genre to tackle. What are you taking from this one onto the next one?
I'm not sure. I kind of tried to leave all the body horror that I could like on display for this film, thinking like this is a premise that you can only do once. So like let's kind of leave it all there, and who knows what the next project's going to be. But yes, this is my first feature film, but I've been working as a filmmaker for 17 years now, making little like sketches and that kind of thing. I used to even make video game parodies, some of which were featured on IGN. So it's very cool to be here. Thank you.
So, Allison and Dave, body horror is an uncomfortable genre. It is uncomfortable physically, it is uncomfortable visually. So for you two as performers, what was the most uncomfortable moment filming this?
Every moment.
I was gonna say, when were we not uncomfortable on this film? First thing that comes to mind for me, there's a scene where I'm in a shower, fully naked, my character's unconscious, and I am flinging myself against porcelain walls. It hurt.
I think about the day that we were attached arm to arm for 10 hours. Dave was then strapped to a chair, duct taped. I was straddling him, sitting on his lap, and we could hardly move from those positions. We didn't want to damage the practical effects, the prosthetic. We did go to the bathroom together, staring lovingly into each other's eyes.
Go to the bathroom before, but we've never been touching.
Holding
looking into each other's eyes. But that's why every single day we walked away and said we could not have made this with anyone else.
Very true. Like you couldn't ask other actors to do that. Like, hey, so for this scene, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom and pee in front of each other.
Right.
That's gonna be cool, right?
Yeah, you're chill with that, right?
Yeah, like we had a day as well where you were both basically fully nude in front of the camera all day, and it's like that's a vulnerability that's just like. That's taken care of. Like the actors don't need to kind of worry about that. Yeah. That was nice.
I promise I'm not nude in every scene in this film.
And I promise
just
that
the two that we've brought up so far.
I mean, I say live your life, whatever makes you comfortable. But Michael, kind of same question for you. Like behind the camera, what was the most like, yes moment?
Well, see, like all the grotesqueries, all the horror, like that was the stuff that I was so excited about filming. And I remember there's one scene, and I won't get too spoilery, but it involves Dave, and it involves hair, and it involves choking. And when we were shooting that scene, I just couldn't stop giggling. I was just like giddy, like a little schoolgirl, just watching this. Like I couldn't believe like people were letting me do this. It's just so like crazy and outrageous. And you had a fun time shooting that scene.
Yeah, fun's an interesting word for it. No, Shanks came up to me after a certain take and he said, hey, on the next one, maybe don't do the dry heaving. And I said, I'm not trying to. But again, it was like as much as we were getting injured, we were just so excited about the footage we were getting, and it really felt like we were just getting away with something every day. And so that excitement just kind of superseded any pain that we were feeling.
It did feel like every day of our shoot, we only had about 21 days to shoot this film, and it's like far more ambitious than that time, you know, that we should have had more, but we just didn't have a budget. It's an independent film. And so every single day we might have like a meat and potatoes scene where it's people talking around a dinner table, and then by lunchtime it was like, wheel out the prosthetics, wheel out the puppets, like do some crazy effect sequence. And that just kept everyone on our toes. But I think kept like the sort of excitement level up, because every day we were doing something like, what the f*** are we doing? Excuse me?
We'll believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's definitely true. I think that for Dave and I, because we were doing such we were just exerting ourselves so much by the end of every day. It was really satisfying. Because, you know, sometimes as an actor, you're shooting something and you get home at night like, do you think we got the shot? Do you think we got the scene? It was so definitive in this because also so much of what we're doing is tactile and you would know, oh, that looked cool or it didn't. Like it was so immediate and we could go home every night knowing we left it all out on the field.
We did it. Yeah. So this next question is kind of difficult because we don't want to spoil the movie since nobody's seen it yet. But I want to talk to all of you about the showing but not telling aspect of the culty situation.
Yeah, well,
The lore.
The lore,
yeah,
yes.
This is a film that has a supernatural element to it, and there is mythology there. But I was like quite keen as a writer to not kind of like halt the film. It's the third act. Let me explain to you how this mythology works. And so we have a sequence that explains that, I think, enough, kind of like hinting at it and showing enough stuff around the edges that I believe that you can kind of fill those gaps in yourself as a viewer in a way that I find really satisfying.
So you both are comedy folks. You have strong backgrounds in that area. But what a lot of people don't think about is when you're filming a horror movie, particularly a horror movie that involves so much closeness, it's impossible not to just get fit of the giggles sometimes. So despite the fact that we're here to talk about body horror, I would love to know what the funniest moment was behind the scenes when you were just like, we can't get past this, give us a second, we have to...
What was a funny moment? I'm like, we didn't have enough time to have like full giggle fits, I feel like, and waste time on set.
The first thing that comes to mind is you can't really give Allison coffee after noon. She turns into a gremlin.
I don't usually drink coffee when I'm shooting, as a rule.
And so she just kind of goes soaring and loses her mind a bit, but she could actually infuse that into the character in this one.
There was a day that we were shooting a big set piece, and and our hair and makeup gals know how affected I get by coffee, so they were sort of like prying, like plying me with it, and it was great because it did give me energy for the scene. And off camera, I was like, just doing bits with the crew. We were just doing bits in the back bedroom, and then I was sort of like slide onto set, action, and next thing we were rolling around.
There's a fun Australian energy drink that you became fond of.
Musashi!
Shout out.
Where's my campaign? Musashi!
I actually don't know how you'll feel about me saying this, but there was one. The hardest I saw Dave laugh was during there was a scene where you two were very, very close together in a bathroom stall in a very intimate moment, and during a take, Dave accidentally burped, and Allison said,
my face.
That went in my mouth. And you died. It was so funny.
Remember how we said we couldn't do this movie with anybody else?
I feel like I could have burped into someone else's mouth. Give me some credit here.
I might forgive you.
I would not have appreciated someone else burping in my mouth.
Yeah, I feel like that would be upsetting. I do have a million other questions about managing to do a film without coffee in other circumstances, but we're going to go past those. Have the two of you caught the horror bug? Are we going to see you in other subgenres?
Oh, the bug
definitely.
has been caught.
The bug had been caught.
We love it.
Yeah.
We just love that it's a genre, maybe the only genre that audiences like expect you to get weird. They want it, they embrace it. And so as like a filmmaker, you can just take really wild stylistic choices, and it's just like a really fun kind of playground to just do whatever.
It's true. And as an actor, you get to do things that are unlike anything else you've ever done, and the stakes are so high. That is incredibly fun to play. I just feel like most of our favorite movies recently are genre films for all the reasons that Dave's saying. We just like that innovation, like to see things that are new and different, whether they work or not. I don't mind walking out of something and being like, I didn't love it, but I respect
because they went for something.
The swings,
exactly.
Yeah, that was what was really fun about making horror as a filmmaker. Of really, this is a film like 100% designed for an audience, and like it's like a kind of a rowdy movie. It sort of like gets a loud, big reaction every screening that we've gone to, and it's the genre where people kind of go in looking to have a good time, even though they're going to have a scary time. Like every 5 minutes, we're going to show you something like absolutely nuts, and that's so fun to construct as a filmmaker.
Yeah. So we're running out of time here, but I do want to ask just one more quick question. You guys had an unbelievable reception at Sundance. You were just absolutely beloved. How are you feeling now that the rest of the world is going to see it too?
Nerve-wracking. I mean, we had this amazing Sundance debut, and now we're still on 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, the response so far has been insane. So I'm like so excited for people to see the movie, but also terrified.
I haven't even really fully embraced it yet. It just feels like we've been on this press tour where we're so excited to talk about the movie because we love it so much, but like, I guess everyone else can see it very soon.
I'm so excited. It was such a burst of energy coming out of Sundance. Neon has been an incredible partner at maintaining the excitement levels for fans, and I feel like people are responding in such an insanely positive way to this movie. And to your point, I feel the opposite. It's like, we've been talking about this movie since January. I'm so happy that people finally get to see what we've been talking about.
Finally, millions of people will watch you in the shower.
There we go.
Seeing you naked. It's all you've ever wanted.
And on that note, that's all the time that we have today. Thank you guys so much for joining us. You can go see Together when it hits theaters July 30th, but right now, there's more Comic-Con coming up on IGN, so stick around.
He's taken us to deep space in Battlestar Galactica and For All Mankind, and brought us to the distant past in Outlander. But next he'll be exploring the mythos of an iconic video game series in live action. Here to tell us about the Prime Video original series based on God of War, showrunner Ronald D. Moore. Welcome, Ron.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
So I have to say, straight off the bat, maybe this will make your questions, your answers to my questions easier. I'm a huge fan going all the way back to Next Generation, so you know it's just an honor to talk to you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So on that note, now I'm going to try to pry God of War info out of you.
Yeah, good luck. We'll see what you can do.
Yeah, so we'll try. So I guess the first question I have is, what drew you to God of War? I know you're not really, you've said you're not really a gamer. What was it about the property that interested you?
It was just when I started watching it, you know, I started looking at the cutscenes together, and there's, you know, so much material there, and I really responded to the characters. I responded to the story of Kratos and his son, and then they set out on this epic journey, you know, in this world that was finely detailed and really interesting. And there's a lot of combat and battles and interesting monsters along the way, but I kept coming back to this story of father and son. And it was just emotional, and it was different, and I hadn't seen anything like that before. And I had no expectations because, like you said, I'm not a gamer. I knew the title, but I didn't really know what the story was, so I didn't really know what I was going to be looking at. And I was just taken with it, and so I said, yeah, I'd love to do it. I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, and you haven't really played, you've watched cutscenes, but you haven't actually played it.
I've tried to play it, I continue to try to play it, but you know, I grew up in the arcade era, so you know, I can bang away, and give me a Defender console or an Asteroid console, I'll kick your ass. But guy, it's just a different thing. My family can do it. My wife can play video games. My wife plays Skyrim, but I lack the muscle memory of my thumbs, and so Kratos is fighting the troll, and I'm constantly like, okay, which one's the B button? No, I'm dead. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Right.
But I try.
How would you describe the tone of the show?
The tone of the show is trying to emulate the tone of the game, which is there's this epic journey, this this heartfelt story of these two men setting out on this thing to honor the memory of Kratos' wife and Atreus' mother. So it has this emotional heart, but there's this sense of history of who Kratos is, this mystery about his past, what he represents, the emotions that he's going through. So there's a weight to it, but not so much weight that there's not enjoyment along the way, and there's spectacle, and there's lots of things going on in this world.
Yeah, sure. So I think there's a bit of a theme through your work, which is a single parent or a missing parent. It goes back to your Next Generation spec script, where it dealt with a crew member who died and left behind her son. I know you didn't create Deep Space Nine, but obviously Ben Sisko and Jake are, dad and son. The mom's gone, like Atreus' mom. Battlestar Galactica gets into this stuff. Is this something that a theme that you're aware of that's in your work? And could this be part of why you're interested in God of War?
It's a recurrent theme. I mean, I'm always interested in it, and it's a classic theme. It goes back many, many eons. It's not something I do in particular. And I think it's because it's a broken family. Broken families with missing people that have ruptured relationships are endlessly interesting. There are ways of bringing out character because there's a pain, there's a trauma, there's something that's happened, and they're trying to work through it. So it's always a good way to set up a drama to sort of explore character, and I think that is why I respond to it.
Yeah. What is your take on Atreus as a character? Obviously, Kratos is the sort of he's long been the face of the franchise. But what are you hoping to achieve through the portrayal of Atreus?
Well, again, we want to sort of honor the game and what they laid out for Atreus' journey. Here's a young man who doesn't know his father very well, that sets out on this mission, and along the way they learn about each other.
Yeah. So in terms of Kratos, there have been different incarnations of him. Are you familiar with like the earlier versions of God of War? And
yes.
Is there a chance that we'll get little dollops of that? Kratos?
Maybe. Now you'll have to wait and see.
Okay. I'm flying too close to the sun now, right?
Yeah, I'm flying a little close to the sun.
Okay. So let's move on and talk about some of your other work. Battlestar Galactica is now over 20 years old.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
What do you consider the legacy of that show now?
Oh, that's hard for me to say. I mean, the show meant so much to me and to the family and team that worked on it together. So it's incredibly important to us, and we were very, very proud of it while we were doing. And I think the thing I'm struck by now, looking back, is how much we believed, and we were the little show that nobody cared about, and the network hates us, and we don't care. One day they'll love us was kind of how we felt. Like, you'd get critical acclaim, and there was a sort of a thing, but the ratings were always so-so, the network's always threatening to cancel you, and then we're off the air, and you just kind of felt like someday, and it's come to fruition. Like, actually, it's looked back as a classic, and that's incredibly gratifying and fulfilling for those of us who worked so hard in it and believed, from everybody, from the writers to the producers to the cast to the crew that slaved every day on that set.
Yeah.
That we all just believed, and it's amazing to see that it's lasted.
Yeah, it seems to me it was a really important part of your career as a writer as well,
yeah.
and that you were obviously on Star Trek for I think 10 years.
10 years.
And to then be free of the binds or the irons of Star Trek finally,
yeah.
And all this stuff came out.
Yeah.
So I think there's a reason why they still haven't been able to. Keep trying to remake it or do a new version, and how can they? You can't perfect that, right?
I'm the last person in the world to say you can't reboot something, obviously. So good luck, and go for it. And I hope anybody who does it, I wish them well.
Yeah, you're a very nice guy. Don't reboot it. Don't Star Trek. What's your favorite episode that you ever wrote? It's kind of an unfair question, I suppose, but I'm not going to ask it anyway.
It is an unfair question, and I'll give you a different answer depending on when you ask me. The one that pops in mind would probably be Tapestry.
Yeah.
Late Next Generation, Picard and Q, Picard revisiting part of his past, learning a lesson, and it was a personal story to me that sort of reflected my own autobiography. At that point, I had flunked out of college and lost my scholarship, and the whole career had fallen apart. But looking back, I realized if not for those mistakes, if not for those things that had happened, I wouldn't have been able to do Star Trek. So it was really great to be able to write a story where Picard could kind of look back and reflect on his life in the same way.
Yeah, and it's one of the, many fans claim that as their favorite episode as well.
Yeah, it was a wonderful episode.
Yeah. So then in terms of other Star Trek episodes that you didn't write, any show, old, original series, anything, do you have a favorite out of those?
Oh, well, my favorite original series episode is Conscience of the King.
Yeah.
Which I love. It's an interesting episode. It's an atypical episode. It's sort of an episode that demonstrates, how broad the Star Trek canvas can be. The Enterprise is not just going to an alien world. This time, there's a man on board that might have been a mass murderer from the past, and he's from Kirk's past, and the show is about, revenge versus justice, and can you let the ghosts of the past, go, or are they always with you? And I would love that episode as again. I think it's a really interesting show.
Yeah, it's like it's from that first batch of 12, I think, that they did, where it still feels a little different than the main regular old original series we'd become accustomed to.
Yeah, they're still figuring out the show. Yeah.
And it's a certain flavor of Star Trek, which is really, yeah. What can you tell me about Star City? It's the upcoming spin-off of For All Mankind. I believe the first season has been shot at this point. What can you preview about that?
Well, it's telling the story of For All Mankind, but from the Russian side. And when I say that, it's not that we're going to go through every single story point that we did in For All Mankind, but we are going to tell the story of the Russian space program from the moment they land on the moon forward. And it's a different world. You know, Star City has the KGB involved. There's a lot of secrecy. You know, at NASA, if you screw up your job, you might get fired. You screw up your job in Star City, you might get a bullet in the head.
Right.
So the stakes are very, very different. And there's more rough and ready quality to what they were doing in Star City. In reality, you know, the spacecraft were not as advanced as what we did in the United States at NASA. They took tremendous risks. They lost more people. It's a darker and edgier show, but it's still grounded in the same idea of reaching for the stars, and they were reaching out into space in an idealism and aspirationally, but they were doing it in a totalitarian system, so it's a very different kind of show.
Right, yeah. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. I would love to continue to try to pry God of War info out of you, or just talk about Star Trek, but we'll have to save that for next year's Comic-Con. Ron, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
We can't wait to see what you do with God of War. Stick around. There's much more to come from IGN here at San Diego.
There's something out there waiting for us. And it ain't no man. Seth here outside the Hard Rock Hotel at San Diego Comic-Con 2025, and I'm attempting to infiltrate this one-of-a-kind pop-up for Predator Badlands. They've got all sorts of awesome props on display, like weapons and relics from the film, a real-life Weyland-Yutani lab, a spike pod field, and they've even got an encounter with Deck's father. Could I maybe join your clan?
No thanks.
Okay, let's have a look inside. This is a Predator relic room. Now, as you know, the Yautja, they love to hunt. They love their trophies.
There's a lot of really cool trophies that speak to all the hunts that the Yautja have gone on that we may or may not have seen in other films. And there's some fun Easter eggs in there as well.
Dan Trachtenberg and team, they actually developed a real language that you can learn, you can speak, you can read it.
So my man here likes getting me to learn new things, and the language was one of them. Dan and the team wanted it to be authentic. I think it adds a whole nother depth to the story and plot.
These are actual props from the film shipped all the way to San Diego from New Zealand. We've got tons of Predator weapons on display. Retractable spears, plasma grenades. These look like smart discs, and of course, the Yautja bow that we saw Deck use in the Predator Badlands trailer.
That's badass. I need me one of those in real life.
All right. We are inside a replica of the Weyland-Yutani lab right now. Once again, these are props from the movie, and this stuff is awesome. We've got an android here based on Elle Fanning, and this android is in very rough condition. As you can see, tons of damage, missing a foot. Probably explains why there's spare parts over there. Hopefully we can fix this android up and get her back on her feet. Both of them. We're inside the spike pod field. This is an immersive jungle environment based on Genna. Everything here is dangerous.
This planet is the real thing. It's a real deal. Planet trying to kill you.
These plants right here are called spike pods. They look unassuming on the outside, but do not be fooled. God! After all that, the tour ends right here at a full bar to help them unwind from maybe some of the horrors they experienced.
There's definitely something about this character that really sticks with people. And what Demetrius does in this movie is really going to change the way that people see the Predator.
We did it. We made it through the Predator Badlands experience in one piece. That was so immersive and incredible. I was already fired up for this movie, but now I cannot wait for it to hit theaters November 7th.
For more Predator Badlands, keep it locked at IGN.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by Mecha Break. Play now on Xbox Series S, X, and Steam.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today.
What's up? It's Brian here at FX's Alien Earth: The Wreckage Experience, where fans can visit and brave a terrifying mission at this mysterious wreckage of the USCSS Maginot here at San Diego Comic-Con. For decades, the Alien franchise has terrified us with its claustrophobic tension, corporate paranoia, and iconic creature design. Now, Fargo and Legion series creator Noah Hawley is continuing that legacy with FX's Alien Earth, a bold new take that brings the beloved franchise to Earth for the first time. The new original series is set to premiere on August 12th on FX and Hulu. So we stopped by the FX's Alien Earth experience to not only visit the wreckage, but to catch up with Noah Hawley himself.
Presented by FX's Alien Earth.
Noah, it's very nice to meet you, man. So you become known for taking beloved IPs and doing something original with them. You did it with Fargo. What was sort of your guiding principle approaching FX's Alien Earth?
Well, so much of it, I think the experience of watching something is the feelings that they gave me when I watched them. And then figuring out how to make you, the audience, feel the same thing while telling you a totally different story. So an Alien movie is a 2-hour survival story. The goal is for one or more humans to survive. The main question in the show is, can humanity survive?
What aspects of the original Alien film did you feel were sacred and untouchable?
You can't mess with the creature, every stage of the creature's life cycle. So I knew I couldn't mess with the silhouette. The monster is sacred. But in the beginning, the question was, what do they do? We don't know how they eat or how they reproduce, or, you know, at every step of the way, it's like, well, what's the worst version? You know, and when we went through the design process with Weta, get the question, pointy teeth or flat teeth? And I was like, oh, flat teeth are so much worse. That feels like it would be painful versus the pointy teeth. Plus, it gives it a more human smile, which feels more uncomfortable.
FX's Alien Earth: The Wreckage Experience here at San Diego Comic-Con hints at Prodigy Corp as a new player alongside longtime Alien Corporation Weyland-Yutani. What can you tell us about the forces at play?
There's a surprisingly little mythology in the 7 Alien movies about how humanity is organized. So this idea that we were in this moment where you have these 5 corporations and they're all trying to figure out what the next stage of evolution is for humanity. Is it neural implants, enhancement to your biological form? Is it AI? Or is it this transhumanism of a human consciousness downloaded into a synthetic body?
Yeah, I loved how the pilot opens with, 5 companies run everything. I was like, oh boy, I hope that never happens.
You and me both, brother.
Noah, thank you so much. I guess the only thing left for me to do is survive FX's Alien Earth experience here at Comic-Con. So yeah, let's go.
All right, people, gather up.
You gonna come with me, please? Come in.
Holy sh...
Come on, do this once! My friend has been hurt! We
We need to get out of here now. It's not safe. Oh my God! Everyone out now! Go!
That was incredible. Going through the wreckage of a crashed ship, seeing face huggers on people, seeing xenomorphs pop out of the ceiling. I got sprayed with so many different liquids. That was one of the coolest things I've ever done at Comic-Con, and I'm just so giddy as an Alien fan. That was awesome. If you're just as excited as I am, then check out FX's Alien Earth, which is set to premiere on August 12th on FX and on Hulu. Let me know in the comments below what you're excited about to see in FX's Alien Earth. And for all things Comic-Con, stick with IGN.
This is IGN at San Diego Comic-Con 2025. If you think turning a 500-page hard sci-fi novel about the end of the human race into a fun movie-going experience sounds like a suicide mission, well, you're not half wrong. Here to tell us about Project Hail Mary, please welcome the crack team of experts assembled to pull it off, directors Christopher Miller and Phil Lord, and writer Drew Goddard. Welcome.
Happy to be here. Glad to be here.
Okay, so this is the adaptation of the book by Andy Weir, who did The Martian. Ridley Scott turned that into a movie, and I would say it's maybe the funniest, most upbeat Ridley Scott movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And based on the trailer, this is definitely like, it looks heavier. It's definitely higher stakes than what I'm used to seeing from you guys. Can you talk a little bit about finding that balance between tragedy and comedy? And I guess, you know, where's it going to land?
They are friends.
It is true.
And comedy, yeah.
I mean, what's interesting we found in everything that we've been doing for our whole career is that we always start with emotion, and things are only funny if you care and if there's something emotional about it. And what's great about the movie is that it is a big emotional journey, but that's when the comedy comes out of the reality of the moment. Everybody's gone through tragedy in their life. Everybody's gone through hard times, but there's always like something funny about it, and that's how life is. And if you don't tell the truth, it just doesn't feel right.
Great answer, Chris.
Oh, thanks, Phil.
So Drew, you also wrote The Martian, worked with Ridley Scott on that. Can you talk a little bit about what's it like adapting an Andy Weir book about a guy in space, with Lord and Miller versus making an Andy Weir book about a guy in space with Ridley Scott? How do their approaches differ?
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost you got to start with the book, and I tend to not adapt anything I don't love, and I love Andy's work. So every book is different. In this particular case, without giving too much away, there are some characters in this book, or one character in particular, that is screaming out for Chris and Phil to create it. Frankly, I don't think there's any other directors on the planet that could have pulled this movie off. And so when you know that, quite honestly, it's less about worrying about anything and more about just letting them cook, quite honestly, because that's what they do. It's that mixture, as Chris said, it's that mixture of comedy and drama, all told through the lens of emotion, first and foremost.
Nice. This book, I think, resonates with a lot of people because it's really smart. Andy Weir does his homework and he shows his work, and there's some really complex scientific concepts in there. How do you make that digestible to moviegoers?
I think what's helpful for me is that I'm really dumb, and so as a result, I can actually. The amount of times I have to say, Andy, can you explain this to me? And by him explaining to me, I go, okay, I think I've got it. I can now pass it on. Because I've learned, as long as the emotion's true, the rest of it is, because we know Andy gives us such a comfortable safety net, all we have to do is just sort of put that on screen, and it sort of takes care of itself.
Nice. Now, I'm actually curious because, there are real scientific concepts at play here. There's hard math, there's hard chemistry and all that. Which is more challenging from a storytelling perspective, working in the confines of reality or dealing with an existing established, fantastical universe like, Star Wars or Marvel, where there's lore and fandoms and style guides and all that?
Yeah, I think both have incontrovertible truths that must be obeyed, right? They both have canon. There is no more exacting audience than physics, right? So what was really important to us is we wanted the physics and the realities that Andy created to make our creativity stronger. To use them as creative provocations, to never eliminate one of those things because it was convenient, for the filmmaking. We thought that it was really exciting that it made the filmmaking challenging, that it makes the problem solving of the screenplay hard. You know, that's kind of our kink.
All right, I'm not gonna kink shame there. Are there any like existing sort of sci-fi movies, or I guess just fiction in general, that tonally or stylistically you're drawing from with Hail Mary?
I mean, I don't think that we're trying to emulate any one particular movie. The book and the story that is our real guide. We had an amazing team to like make it look like nothing you've ever seen before. We're always trying to do something, anything we do, that feels like you haven't seen it anywhere. Greg Fraser, the cinematographer, and Charlie Wood, the production designer, our VFX supervisor Paul Lambert, who worked with Greg on the Dune movies. They're all like the best in the world at what they do, and all we wanted to do was something that felt new and fresh to all of us, and so that was really our guiding line.
A big touchstone was that the movie is not a Mac, it's a PC. Like it's a machine. The ship is a machine. There's like complexities that are visible to the audience. We're not trying to like buff them out. Like when there were like weird edges, we embraced them. The movie's very beautiful, but it's not pretty, and it's not ever like slick.
I love that. I absolutely get it, and I love it. That's a really cool way of putting it. I want to talk about the ship a little bit, the titular Hail Mary. It's described in wonderful detail in the book, and I don't know, I love the description of spaces in fiction and writing. What was it like kind of bringing that to life and really like creating the physical space?
I mean, it was really important to us that the ship be real, and it was all sets that we really built so that Ryan could interact with the space and have it feel like it was a tactile thing and it wasn't just a big like green screen thing. So it was all really there, and because of the way that the ship worked and the way that we had worked it out, it had two different orientations of gravity because of the sort of centrifugal spin of the ship, and so at a certain point the floor becomes the wall and the wall becomes the floor, and so we had to build these sets and then take them down and then turn them on their sides and then build them again. So the scale of it and the ambition of it was insane.
We actually made the movie more inconvenient than the book would have made it. And it just meant that like every time we're designing a set with Charlie Wood, who's the production designer, it meant that we had to like tilt our head like this and be like, how would this work when the gravity turns the other way?
Were you ever considering doing like the Fred Astaire Inception entire moving set?
That was discussed, I
okay.
would say. But and we do. There are some moments in the movie where that transition is made, and it's some very memorable and beautiful stuff.
Nice. Now I want to. Again, this is tricky to talk about. There's an element in the film.
Yes.
Element might be the right word. Several elements. Who knows? A character who makes a very brief appearance in the trailer, and some people are like, "That's a spoiler." Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're watching this and you haven't read the book and you don't want to know anything else, just maybe go do something else until next year when the movie comes out, or just read the book. That's also an option. Let's talk about Rocky. He's being portrayed by James Ortiz.
James Ortiz was the lead puppeteer and performer of the alien that we built with Neil Scanlon, the Lucasfilm Creature Shop, and there's a team of 5 puppeteers that took him to bring him to life. And so he was there on set every day, a scene partner for Ryan. And again, like building the sets, the fact that he was really there is like, it brought out so much and so much spontaneity and so much realism, and it made it a really, really special thing. And as a character that, he has no eyes, no mouth, he has no face, but you fall in love with him, and by the end you're like, I would die for him.
Yeah. Drew, how do you write a character like that for the screen who has no mouth but must talk to Ryan Gosling?
Yeah, in some ways it's a screenwriting nightmare because not only do you not have a mouth, you don't have a face, right? So how do you communicate? And I think the thing that unites us is the very thing that makes it hard is the thing that makes it special. Like the challenge is what gets us all excited. And so it honestly, it comes back to Andy's book. I'm a big believer that the book is about empathy and about seeing something from someone else's point of view, even if that other person is a cosmic alien who has no relation to humans whatsoever. That's the point. And so every scene is about empathy. And when you kind of look at it through that lens, it takes care of itself.
Right. In order for Ryan and Rocky to complete this mission, Ryan has to imagine how Rocky is thinking. He has to imagine like what Rocky sees or hears, and that act, right, makes you like step outside of yourself and try to understand another person's point of view.
Nice. I want to talk about, like, I guess structurally, chronologically, like a big, you know, core part of this is amnesia, having flashbacks, and kind of piecing the story together. How are you approaching that? Are these sort of like snippets? Is it kind of an even balance between past and present?
What's so amazing about the book is how it's like this unfolding mystery, and he's having more memories as he goes on, and we learn, the audience learns with Ryland Grace what happened and how he got onto the ship and what the full story is. And it's the same way in the movie. You know, we start with him waking up from a coma, completely unsure where he is or what's going on or even who he is. And the movie sort of goes back and forth between the past and the present as he's starting to piece it all together, and we get a full understanding of the whole story.
Nice. Well, you guys collectively have done some incredible work, and it's an incredible book, so I'm really excited to see how it all comes together. Thank you so much for joining us here. And yeah,
our pleasure.
Project Hail Mary hits theaters on March 20th, which gives you plenty of time to read the book and brush up on your astrophysics. But right now, there's more San Diego Comic-Con coming up on IGN. Thank you.
Yo, it's Brian from IGN here at San Diego Comic-Con 2025, talking about the coolest stuff you can buy right now on the IGN store. That's store.ign.com. I'm here with Yoni, and he's going to tell us all about this Infinity Stone card, which is amazing and limited to 200 pieces. What's up with this?
Okay, so, we're very excited to be partnering up with IGN, and what Marvel and East Continental Gems is doing is bringing the Infinity Stones to life using real gemstones, right? So all very limited in edition. What we're specifically looking at over here is a Nebula card, and the first edition where you have all 6 of the Infinity Stones, but in one card, right? So very efficient way of getting and collecting the Infinity Stones. So all real gemstones in there, and very limited, as you mentioned, to a 200 edition. So I have a feeling these will be going pretty quickly.
So tell me a little bit about the stones specifically. What kind of stones are we looking at here?
Yeah, so we're looking at a garnet, a topaz, a peridot, an amethyst, a yellow citrine, and Madeira citrine, which is the soul stone. So all authentic gemstones. So, taking collectibles, but also backing them by the intrinsic value of an actual stone, which is really exciting.
All right, and these are limited to 200 pieces. They are $300 each. So head to store.ign.com right now and get yourself one, because once they're gone, they're gone. That's right?
That's exactly right. And, we better get them quick, and IGN's the best place to get them.
I agree. Thanks for watching, and stick around for more IGN at Comic-Con.
Okay, guys, who is excited for Peacemaker Season 2? Special guests here with me. Very excited to bring them out. Oh boy, am I excited. Oh my God! No way! Guys! It's John Cena as Peacemaker and James Gunn! Oh my God! Wow, what an absolute treat.
Fantastic! This is fantastic! Welcome all!
Guys, everybody, come on up. Come on, everyone. James, we've just started the DCU. Superman has been out. Everyone loves it. What has been your favorite fan reaction? Do you have a message for the fans?
Yeah, we're happy to be. This is like my home away from home. I've been to almost every single Comic-Con over the years. I'm happy. I'm happiest to be here. I'm happy that, thank you all for going to see Superman, starting out the DCU with a bang. And I really, really can't wait for you guys to see what I have been looking forward to for months, which is this man acting his butt off in Peacemaker.
John, you are Christopher Smith, the Peacemaker. You're back for season 2. You are continuing the events of Superman. What is your message for all the fans excited for DCU?
I want to apologize for the people directly below me. They have a pretty unorthodox view of my body. And I just want to say, as everyone is pouring in from across the street to every angle, we're so happy and grateful for you to be here. Peacemaker Season 2 is right around the corner. This is our kickoff for all this, and we couldn't be happier and more excited to do it in front of you guys at Comic-Con!
Guys, I need one more big cheer for James Gunn and John Cena. Let's hear it. DCU is here.
We have some hats that have mild profanity on them. We would love to throw them out as souvenirs for your participation in this event.
Eat peace. Eat peace. Guys, Peacemaker premieres August 21st on HBO Max. Give it up. Give it up for James Gunn and John Cena. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a great Comic-Con. Follow us on IGN. Crazy, right?
Thank you so much to our Peacemaker friends, John Cena and James Gunn, for helping us close out the show. We here at IGN have been covering the show for a long time, and having such awesome guests get a massive crowd together to celebrate under our balcony is definitely a moment for the record books.
Guess we'll have to try and top it next year. So if you're not planning to come to San Diego Comic-Con 2026, it's time to make plans to be here, because we certainly will be. Get down here.
Do it, please. But for now, that is another Comic-Con in the books for us here at IGN. But it would not be possible without our massive crew working together here in the studio, out there in the field, remotely, and then everywhere in between.
And of course, a big, huge thank you to everyone watching at home.
Thank you all so much. We'll see you next year for San Diego Comic-Con 2026.
IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2025 is presented by FX's Alien Earth.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.